And I think we're live. Yeah, we are live. Just
Okay.
confirm that you can see.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Where do I get the link? Oh, that one. I'm gonna send it to everyone.
Cool, alright. Yeah, I can see you.
Uh, just send it everywhere. Send it to every friend I have, which isn't many. Right. So the games should begin in the next few minutes, right?
Yeah.
So we got an exciting round of games today, guys. I'm joined by
Okay.
my lovely co-host, Ollie.
Hello. Hello. James, I want some predictions.
Some
I want
predictions.
I'm gonna write it down on notes on my phone and whoever gets closer, you know.
I'm going to predict fireworks, blood, sweat, tears, and love. No, I think Jan and Prague will be a draw because Jan is leading. He doesn't need to demonstrate anything today, so he'll probably just go for an easy draw with the white pieces. Whereas Hikaru and Fabi really need to demonstrate today with the white pieces, so they're going to push for a win. So I think these two games will be decisive. And then Gukesh Nijat is going to be interesting, I think.
So you think Hikaru and Fabi both win?
I don't know. I do think they both win though.
Interesting.
I think Vidit is going to be a little bit demotivated from yesterday.
And he's having a bad tournament.
Yeah,
I mean, aside from beating Hikaru twice.
of course. Um,
And then Abasov Gukesh is the one that's puzzling me.
mhm.
Because like Abasov's been super solid with white for a player of his strength, but Gukesh is like having the tournament of his life and he's got to push for a win.
Mhm.
So I mean, I think we'll get fireworks there. Um, so, what do you reckon for that board?
I think I think again the psychological advantage. I think Gukesh should win it,
Cool. All right.
but it could be a draw. That's my prediction for that game.
So you think Gukesh wins? Is
I
your
think
prediction?
Gukesh wins, but I think equally it could be a draw. How's the stream looking?
Oh, what me?
Yeah, or anyone?
I mean, it looks great, but I've got it muted obviously because otherwise I'd hear it twice.
Right, yeah. Good. Okay, good. We've got Zach telling us the stream's good.
Cool. Oh yeah, I need to scroll down. Scroll down.
Stream is sleek.
Okay, yeah, I'm also going to predict a draw in Jan Prague.
We should see the moves in the next minute here, by the way. The first moves.
I'm also going to predict a draw in Hikaru. No, a win for Hikaru.
Mm-hmm.
I think Avasov Gukesh is going to be a draw.
Mm.
Because I think maybe Gukesh overpresses and Avasov just like fizzles out, into a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Fabi Vidit will be a draw as well.
Very interesting.
I think Fabi's going to choke.
Fabi with the choke. Okay.
So we only agree on Jan Prag and Hikaru Alireza.
Yeah, and then
You've gone for 3 decisive games. I've gone for 1.
yeah.
So I
I
hope you're
mean,
right.
I
But
mean, Gukesh. I said Gukesh could be a draw as well, so we're kind of half agreeing on that one. But I'll keep it as Gukesh wins to make it more exciting.
yeah.
Cool. So yeah, we should see the move any moment now, right?
Yeah, it should do. I mean,
Um,
they're probably doing some sort of like ceremonial first move. thing. Um,
And we got the first move. Your jack comes out with d4. Was that to be expected or not?
uh, I mean, he's played um he's played a couple of things. But it looks like Gukesh might go for some kind of Nimzo. Um,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
yeah, okay.
Is this
This is
standard?
Yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, I'm surprised that Nijat would want to go for a Nimzo. I thought he'd try and be more solid. Um,
Oh,
okay,
queen
Queen C2.
c2 played so quickly.
Yeah. Um, H6 is not normal.
Hmm. We could
Um,
see a pause here.
H6 is not the move there. Um, Not the one I'm aware of anyway, because I looked at this Queen C2 Nimzo, because there's some really, really funky lines of like um, D5 and knight e4, and when you play like this bishop D3 stuff. And there's a lot of theory, but it's D5 for black, sorry, and it
Oh.
gets. Oh my god, Prague's played the French.
Oh, let's have a look at
Why? I mean,
Very
what would
interesting.
ever, James? I hope none of your friends play the French because I'm going to say some pretty rude things. Whatever would possess anyone to play the French is beyond me.
No,
I
the
mean,
French is it's an opening.
yeah, yeah. Okay,
And we got an Italian for Fabi.
Alireza's gone insane. Um, I mean, I don't. Oh, this is an exchange French.
With
But
an
I
early
feel
c4. Oh, okay, so Hikaru played this before, didn't he? The early c5, and he quite liked this, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, yeah. I think it might have been a slightly different position, if I remember correctly.
Oh, and queen
I might be wrong.
a4 from Hikaru. That is that's new, isn't it?
No, no.
No? Okay.
There's still 12 games in the database for me.
Okay.
But it wasn't the most popular move.
Mm.
Um,
So this is clearly Hikaru's prep.
yeah, yeah. Most people play bishop d7 or c6 here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I like bishop
apparently,
d7.
apparently knight c6 is also a move, but like, um,
It's just quite
no one's
unusual to walk into that pin, isn't it?
yeah, no one's played it before. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I'm sure Ali Reza must have something here. He blitzed us out so quickly,
Mm.
but he's probably just trying to recall his prep. Nepo going for the exchange French is interesting. I think it confirms what I was saying to you earlier, that he just wants a quick draw. He wants to be out of
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got another white against Hikaru next round.
and can Prague take a draw here? Or does he need to fight?
No, Prague needs to win.
Prague needs to win.
So Nepo's just trying to give him absolutely nothing.
Mm.
And maybe that's a good strategy. He sort of goads Prague into like over pressing, and then Prague makes a mistake, and Nepo, who's taken like no risk all game, just like suddenly gets something.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, seems to be slowing down there.
yeah, I mean, my friend who I've been following the tournament with, he's like, yeah, Nepo's doing exactly what he thought, just like going for absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Very standard Italian game with Fabi.
let's have a look.
With the
Okay, yeah,
A4, that's very topical, right?
This castles isn't the main line. I mean, Fabi used to play this D3 stuff.
Yeah.
C3 isn't passable at the master level, really. It gets pretty boring and pretty drawy after knight f6, d4 takes, and bishop b4 check and something along that line. I mean, you can go for this. I mean, Dubov played that b4 line that I love against Karyakin, but like everyone's studied that now, and that's not going to work. So like, really, your options are castles or d3. You can play c3 again, but like positions, in my opinion, aren't that interesting.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot
obviously,
of back and forth trying to find something new in this opening.
like you could play the Evans Gambit, but that's too well studied. I mean, like Prague has played some pretty wacky stuff as candidates, but like you know, he wouldn't even play that.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, this is pretty standard so far. Um, I mean, there's no reason for black to play something like h6 here, even though it's an idea because obviously the knight's on d2, so Fabi can't play bishop g5.
I'll go
Um,
back to that.
yeah, there's h3. Because obviously Vidic could have played bishop g4.
Yeah, very standard.
Um, I mean,
Probably wants to play rook e1, knight f1, knight g3,
I think Vidic might go for some kind of knight e7 here. That would be my prediction. I think
knight
that's a
e7.
that's a
Yeah,
Vidic move. Um, but there's so many moves here. You can go for rook e8. You can go for bishop e6. It depends what position you want.
yeah.
Because obviously bishop e6, they have a chance to double the pawns.
Mm.
Um, rook e8 is a completely different position. Knight e7 is a completely different position. So it's about what kind of plan that it wants to pursue
So
in the
knight
game.
e7, quite positional approach, right?
Yeah,
And he goes for it. You're
yeah,
exactly right.
yeah, and it's is it the most popular move? Um, no, h6 was the most popular move, which I don't understand why h6 would be the most popular move there because
Yeah,
it
neither
can't
do
play
I.
bishop e5. But yeah, so he goes to knight e7. Um, as I thought he might. I think he might have played some similar knight e7 idea against Hikaru. Maybe that's what was jogging my memory.
Hmm.
And again, like loads of moves here, but pretty much everyone in the database has played rook e1 with white.
Hmm.
So we'll see if Fabi comes up with something new. I mean, rook e1 isn't the only good move, but it does make sense if you want to go for.
Can he do a b4?
Well, the idea behind rook e1 is you go knight f1, knight g3.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah,
Yeah, okay,
it's
rook
on the
e1.
board.
Yeah, so
Um,
seems like Fabi doesn't want to take any large risks too early on.
and I mean, once you play rook e1, you can go knight f1, and then if they give you the opportunity to play d4, you can play it because the rook defends the e4 pawn once you move the knight.
Yes. Like
So
there's...
it's a really useful move. Um, uh, yeah,
Yeah,
Vidit will play knight g6 here, I imagine, and then we'll get
yeah.
knight f1.
So the real
So
question is where Vidit wants to put his light squared bishop, isn't it? Or
yeah,
how he's going to deal with that.
I mean, in some of these positions, you might actually consider just keeping it on c8 if you want to generate an attack.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but then the question is, how do you get that rook in the corner out? Maybe play something like rook b8 and you push a b pawn. I don't know. I'm not familiar with how you sort of free that rook up from the black side. Of course, like you can go for the bishop e6 in some of these positions, but Vidit might not want the double pawns. So we'll see. It's a
Yeah,
bit,
especially considering he's gone knight e7, knight g6. It doesn't seem like he'd play bishop e6.
yeah, yeah. That's the vibe I'm getting as well. Um, but Fabi will still be in prep here.
Yeah,
Um,
I imagine they both will.
it looks like there's really only two moves played here from a database, either d4 or knight f1. I'd expect Fabi to go for knight f1.
D4 is very interesting. I mean, it's just not wasting any time at all
Yeah,
to play in the center.
I think Fabi doesn't want to get that confrontational too early. I think
Hmm.
he wants to sort of slowly build up a nice position and then try and hit out. Um, yeah. No,
All
I
right,
feel like
should we switch to
knight
another game?
f1 is. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So,
Which one do you want to go
let's go
to?
to Hikaru.
Okay.
So bishop d7 was played. Hikaru did bring his queen back to c2.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really
So what?
understand.
Yeah, what is Hikaru's plan with queen a4? Just to bring it back to c2. I guess he's arguing the queen is better on c2 than d1. and that
Yeah, and
Alireza's
he's
bishop's worse on d7 than it is on c8. That's literally all he's.
well, well maybe it's just stopping Alireza from putting his knight on d7. Um,
Right, but why would you want the knight on d7? What's the benefit?
well, I guess I don't know. I think the knight is probably better on d7 than it is on c6. Um,
Do you think?
I don't know.
I just don't see the prospect for the
I don't
knight
know.
on d7.
I don't really see a prospects for the knight at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a good point.
you go knight c6. It's not supporting an e5 break because you have no e pawn. And same thing with knight d7. I mean, knight's not a
So
good
how
piece.
would you deal with this pawn chain that White's built up?
Um,
Do you have moves like
well,
b6
yeah, you have to.
at some point?
If you want to go, if you want to break down the pawn chain, you have to play b6 at some point. But it's whether you want to break down the pawn chain or not. I mean, you can probably survive with a pawn chain on the board. Um, it's not that worrying.
Well, these pawns just they seem like they're actually constricting the position quite a lot.
Yeah, but they're not threatening on the king side, and
No,
I mean, it's very difficult for White to generate an attack here. Um,
I don't know.
but maybe I'm wrong.
It feels very cramped from Black's perspective. You know, this knight
Oh,
is
sure, yeah,
hard to develop. You're probably going to castle kingside,
yeah.
and then your bishops are quite passive, and then you got to deal with this pawn chain. Whereas White's development's quite clear here, I think.
And White's play is so much easier.
Yeah,
Um,
lots of really desirable options.
I mean, with this pawn on c5, as White, you can even go for something like as primitive as just like bishop f4, knight c3, and
Yeah, so he
just
does castle.
yeah,
I was expecting castles, to be honest. They'd probably bring
yeah,
the rook to e8.
I don't like bishop f4 here because I think
Eddie just said 1400 giving commentary on the candidates is genuinely hilarious. Well,
yeah, I mean
luckily, Eddie, we've got Grandmaster Ollie here.
yeah, I mean I earned the title back in '91.
Yeah,
Been a it was a lifelong dream, but I'm coming to my retirement now, so
he's actually teaching me.
yeah.
So bishop e3. Okay, wow, that's really interesting.
Does Eddie know that I'm not actually a grandmaster? Can we establish?
No, you are actually a Grandmaster.
Oh yeah, no, I am. Yeah.
um,
Bishop e3. I mean,
can knight.
He's still clearly in his prep.
He is in prep, but I mean, I don't like this for knight g4.
Uh, knight g4, and then what? I mean,
I mean,
you,
I don't want to lose the bishop pair.
but then just bishop f4.
Ollie, who is Ollie? Ollie, would you like to introduce yourself
Um, hi, I
from
am
a
Ollie.
chess perspective?
Oh, from a chess perspective.
Yeah,
Um,
your chess resume.
I'm a full-time patzer, full-time addict. I played a couple of FIDE tournaments. Played a lot of ECF games, hell of a lot. Ran my university chess society last year, and I'm helping my best mate run it this year. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm all right. I mean, I peaked like 2100 rapid on chess.com, but I mostly play Lee chess, so
Basically a Grandmaster.
no.
Excellent. So we do have knight c6.
It's interesting that Prusa
Logical
played
move.
so quickly.
Yeah.
Like he's used 12 minutes. He's clearly not in his prep.
Yeah, I don't think he's in prep. This is a very
But
interesting position, but I think we should move on to another board.
yeah, okay.
Wow, what is going on with this game. Gukesh
I
Najat.
I've seen similar positions to this in
This is
Nimzo theory.
okay. So this is
Um,
just theory. Well, this is really early on, and
Obviously,
Najat's
this
in the
isn't theory, but
tank.
like this isn't theory, but I know, but I've seen similar positions.
So
Like
it seems H6 has really thrown him off because he spent
well,
ages on that move.
in the database I'm looking at, before H6 there were 26,000 games. After it there were 2.
Hmm.
So it's a bit like when Ding played H3 in the World Championship match.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, this is some crazy stuff.
Nice
But
prep.
it's not bad. I mean, you get positions similar to this where Black seems to give up a pawn on C5 and they play Knight A6. I mean, Queen C7 if necessary, and they just win it back. But then White gets this really powerful sort of like Catalan-esque bishop on G2. And I mean, Black has play. There's pawn imbalance. I'm not sure if Black will have much of an attack here, but
No, I don't
Black,
know a lot about the Nimzo, but I'm guessing
yeah.
a well-timed bishop takes c3 could be something, or is it just not even a consideration?
Well, I mean, yeah, if White played something like A3 here, you'd take. But I'm not sure. I mean, White having played G3, I'd assume the next move is Bishop G2, unless Black captures. No, it's White's move. Yeah, it's got to be Bishop G2.
Yeah, bishop g2, 100%.
But yeah, Nijat is in the tank. He
Yeah.
is.
Anyway, we'll come back to this game.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jan. So, 97 was played. That seems a little bit unusual. Do you think Prague
No.
wants? Do you think Prague wants to play g6 and bishop g7? Or is he going to move the knight to g6 and bishop d6?
I'm not sure what Prague wants in this position. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that
I mean, Prague is really deep in the tank already.
I think it's
After a3. Is a3 unusual?
well. I mean, he wanted to stop knight b4 or bishop b4. Probably knight b4 so that he can play bishop d3 at some point.
Yeah, I just don't know how Prague used so much time on that next move.
Yeah, but he's been in the tank a lot. I mean, he spent a load of time in the opening against Hikaru. Was it yesterday? Yeah. I mean, my instinct is that he's going to play something like Queen d7 and long castles here.
Dave just asked, when is it your go, James? Unfortunately, didn't qualify. Very close, almost did.
Yeah.
So I'm not playing. But next year I will be, and I'll be in the World Championship. I don't know, do you know much about exchange? French?
I studied like 1 or 2 lines as White because I was seeing if there was any life in it at all. No, not really. I found this like crazy line where you sack a rook, a queen, and a bishop for a forced repetition, which is pretty insane. But like I didn't. No, I haven't studied it much.
Okay. So bishop e3 seems like quite an interesting move. Again, just very passive.
Yeah, it almost hints like White wants to castle long as well.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think we could we could definitely see like some kind of bishop d3, and either bishop takes queen takes long castles, or um, uh, if they don't take queen d2 long castles. I don't know.
Hmm.
But
So
I
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised to see either one or both of them castle long here. Um,
yeah, for sure. I mean, for Prague here, maybe Queen D7 long castles.
yeah, yeah. Um, I think Nepo would be a bit crazy to castle short because maybe Prague has some h6, g5, and he can start a quick attack over there. I don't know.
Yeah, whilst bringing the bishop to G7 perhaps.
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't want, I don't know. Okay, let's have a look at what's
Okay, we got
changed.
development in all of the other games.
Yeah, let's go back to Fabiano.
Yeah, so where did we leave him? We left him. Okay, so we played knight g6. We expected that.
Yeah, and then he played A5. Okay, so completely locking down the queen side.
a5 is almost a new move. It's been played once.
Mm-hmm.
What's
C6.
this game? It's an absolute like nobody game from 2020 as well.
And bishop B3. So clearly Fabiano trying to prepare against black playing D5.
Yeah.
Stepping his bishop back. Or do you think it suggests a potential bishop C2?
I guess bishop e6 is an idea here if you want to go for d5 because it gives you that extra sort of springboard.
Oh, can D5 be played right away? No, D5 is not good straight away.
What? Oh, let's have a look. Why is d5 not good straight away? You just takes, and then it wants oh, it just drops the e5 pawn after taking.
Okay. So rook e8 before d5 then. Perhaps rook e8 first. Yeah, rook e8 is a move, and then you can play d5.
No, but rook e8. I think white gets a chance to just pounce with d4 here.
Right, so it's really a game of cat and mouse here between who can play d4 or d5 first.
Yeah, but then
in a way that works.
I mean, I remember seeing another game from the candidates where we had this sort of this pawn cube with d4, e4, e5, d5. So after rook e8, d4, can you play d5 there?
It seems like you can. Yeah, it's slightly better for white.
I mean, my instinct is that you probably want to play de5 with a tempo. Then
Knight takes.
you can't take on e4. So knight takes e5, knight e5, rook e5.
ED.
Yeah, probably ED. And then
knight takes.
Or
would you trade the rook?
No, knight takes drops the rook.
Yeah, so you have to trade the rook and then knight takes. We could end up with a position like this.
Knight takes. Yeah.
This is a very boring position though.
It looks pretty much exactly like what Hikaru had against Fabi though. And Hikaru grinded that out to a win, if you remember.
Okay, well I didn't see that.
I'm pretty sure he. Yeah, it was almost an identical position to this.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Fabi's trying to use a similar kind of idea that Hikaru used against him, which would be super interesting.
Yeah. So I've noticed that with bishop b3, it actually makes way for the knight to come to c4, potentially as well, at some stage. Do you think Fabi's holding off playing knight f1 so he can have more flexibility? Because dream scenario is knight c4, knight b6. If the start square bishop was traded off, getting a knight to b6 on that outpost.
Yeah, I mean the only thing with knight c4 is you just have to make sure they don't have d5.
Yeah.
But I can see knight c4 in quite a few lines for sure. Um, and also, once you move that knight to c4 or f1, then the dark square bishop comes alive.
Mm-hmm. Would you rather be
So,
black or white here?
mm, probably white, because it's just so difficult for black to calculate whether you have d5 or not. But I think as black, I would play bishop e6 here.
Bishop e6.
Yeah. I try and open the f file and try and make some business happen on the f2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It does clarify your position a lot.
yeah, for sure. Um,
And it gives you
I mean,
some initiative. Makes d5 a lot easier to play.
yeah, I don't know if it's too slow though. Um, I mean, let's have a look. This knight's got to go somewhere now. So it's just whether it goes to c4 or f1, because otherwise your bishop's just trapped. Um, and you're just sort of laying back for black to generate this attack on the f file.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to make some play.
Yeah,
And
it kind of
it's
puts the ball in white's court.
well, it's whether you put your knight on the queen's side and try and stir up some nonsense over there, or you put it on a more defensive role on f1,
Mm-hmm.
and then transfer it to g3 where it protects the e4 pawn. Um, uh, I think it's a lot more comfortable to play knight f1.
Yeah, knight
Uh,
f1 seems more logical to me.
Knight c4 seems scary.
Yeah, I think knight c4 is a bit premature.
Yeah,
Although
there's
it seems both are playable.
you've got to calculate some serious stuff if you play knight c4. Um, but bishop e6 being what I play, that probably means it's the one move that Vidit is not going to play. Um, I mean, with Vidit going for this more positional line, 97, knight g6, you got to think what's the more positional move here. It's probably not bishop e6. It's probably something
Yeah,
slower,
rook
like
e8, rook e8.
rook e8, yeah. And so, I mean, again, you think
Yeah,
about these ideas.
I really like rook e8. It's a bit it's quite flexible.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And it's much less committal than bishop e6.
Yeah.
It sort of asks Fabi, where do you want to put this knight? Um, or do you want a pawn cube?
Yeah, he's pawn cube.
Get your Eric Rosen score up. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, no,
We could see a
I would
connect. We could see a connect four in this game.
I would be inclined towards knight f1 here because knight c4 terrifies me, and d4 terrifies me. Because I only like calculating when I'm attacking, and that well, it isn't attacking, to
Yeah,
be honest.
knight f1's a very safe move. You know you're gonna be fine if you play that move.
Knight f1 cannot be a bad move,
Yeah.
but it's just if there's a better one. And I mean, I trust Fabi to find it. He's probably still familiar with the position. He's not in prep, but he'll be familiar.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I guess we'll see on that front.
Okay. Let's go
But
to another
yeah,
game.
I'd expect d4 or knight c4 or knight f1.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh is playing something crazy, so maybe we can go there.
Yeah. That's...
This reminds me of This
Okay,
reminds me of
so he
that
took.
that Najdorf game that Prague had maybe a couple of years ago, where he just put the knight on. I can't remember if it was um, h7 or a7.
Knight h7 is wild.
Yeah, it was some really weird prep from Prague.
So I'm assuming
with
it's just
Najdorf.
to avoid e5. But
I don't know what it is.
where is that knight
Maybe
going? It reroute
I
to
think
f8?
no, I think it's going to g5.
Can it
Um,
can it go to g5?
I think he wants to open the h file and
So knight g5. Well, okay. What would white play here first of all?
no idea.
Rook b1, rook d1.
Uh, let's play rook d1.
Okay.
Um,
Now knight g5, right?
Okay, yeah, we can try knight g5. Okay,
It's just not good.
first, can you take it?
I think you definitely can take it. Okay, not with the knight though, apparently.
Take it with a bishop.
Bishop takes. Yeah, it doesn't like that either. So I wonder why. Why is this move bad?
So it doesn't want you to take it. What does it want?
Can you just build the advantage rook b1? No. Okay, so there is a move here.
I guess you just can't allow the trade of knights, right?
So you think knight e5?
I don't know yet. Because it doesn't want you to take, because that opens the H file, and if you just leave it there,
Then he trades off the knight and he wants to trade it off.
yeah, I guess.
Okay, he's played e5 in the actual game.
Okay. Okay, Gukesh is still in prep. This is a wild position. I have no idea what rook b8 is.
Yeah, that is crazy. How is he still in prep?
I don't know, but
Well, I guess he wants to... Yeah, what is that?
Nijat is in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't a bad position for black, and he's down half an hour.
No, I mean, I would take... Actually, I don't know what I would take here. I just don't like white's double pawns. But black seems like he somewhat has to untangle.
I think I play rook d1 here pretty quickly.
Yeah, great move.
Because I feel like you just can't allow d6. You've got to keep that pawn on e5 strong. And obviously there's no d6 because, well, the pawn would be pinned if you play rook d1. Then again, I don't think d6 is a move in any position because you can just play rook d1 after the fact and it's pinned.
Okay, so is knight rook
I don't know
d1 is... Sorry, you go.
Yeah. No, I don't know if rook d1 is necessary right now because you can just play it if they play d6.
Right, yeah. No, rook d1 can't be a bad move though.
No, I doubt it. So if you play rook d1 again, does knight g5?
Yeah, knight g5. So knight g5 is still bad. Why is it bad?
I have no idea. Oh, maybe there's some knight d4, knight b5, knight d6 nonsense.
Yeah, it's knight d4.
Because if you play knight d4 and then a6, then your queen side is really, really weak to this bishop, I think.
Got so many dark squared holes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the move is like some knight b3.
Yeah.
And
the bishop.
you're in real trouble here. I mean, your queen side is falling apart. The white bishop is an absolute monster.
Okay, we've got some moves on the board.
Okay.
So knight d2 is played.
Okay, I guess he wants to go
Knight b3.
Or knight e4 to go knight d6 check.
Yeah, knight e4 looks really nice. Yeah, very logical move.
Well, it's that same threat with knight d4, knight b5, knight d6. If you plant that knight on d6, either they have to sacrifice the bishop pair and you get this amazing pawn on d6, or you just have to deal with your opponent having a knight on d6.
Yeah, that is not pleasant.
So
he does play knight e4.
b6. B6 makes sense. You want to challenge the light squared bishop.
So I guess Gukesh is going to play bishop e7 pretty quickly here, right? Oh, he goes bishop b7. Okay.
Bishop b7.
Very interesting. So if knight takes the bishop, then he trades off this bishop. Oh no, he does not. What does he do then?
I mean, surely for Nijat you have a get out clause here, right? You can just take the bishop.
It's black to
Um,
move. Yeah, take the bishop.
uh, well, the problem with bishop g2 is knight takes e6 desperado and you win a pawn.
Mm.
So they have to take bc5. Um,
And that was the
and
whole
then
point of rook b8. That was the whole point of rook b8 a few moves ago.
white's doubled pawns aren't that bad. And I mean, there are
No,
so many.
no, but do you think black is going to try and play d5 now? En passant.
What after BC?
Yeah, I thought it could
Well,
potentially be
it's,
setting up d5, but en passant.
well, it's white's move, so you can play rook d1 or bishop f4 to stop that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to kill the game, you can trade bishops and play like bishop e3 to attack the pawn. I think Nijat could just kill the game here.
Okay, interesting. Right, should we go to a different board?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, just to wrap that one up, it's
Yeah.
it's just a trouble for Gukesh. How does he actually keep this one alive? You know.
Well, he seems to be in prep still, so I'm confident for Gukesh.
I still don't understand this knight h7. If knight
No.
g5 doesn't work in any position.
Well, then it must be knight f8. He's holding back on castling. I think knight f8, and then he wants to play d6 and try and get his knight out that way. Or knight f8, knight g6, something like that. That's the only way forward, surely.
Yeah, but he's got to have something more ambitious than this. I mean, I'm not the same. I'm not the same postcode of chess player as these
He's
guys.
not quite as good as you.
I mean, knight h7 looks like nonsense to me. Like, I don't understand this.
Nonsense or insane prep.
I haven't got the chess.com stream up, but Peter Lecco is probably like screaming. At Google,
Yeah.
like, this is not how you play.
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
Right, shall we go to...
Nothing's happened in Fabi. We could go to Hikaru Ali Reza check in there.
Yeah. So where do we leave?
We left him after castle.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Knight c6, that's where we left.
Hikaru played knight c3.
Very logical. And b6 being played.
Yeah, okay. And Hikaru's... I mean, I think he's still in prep here.
Yeah, Hikaru bishop e2. But he's used 10 minutes, so...
Yeah, but the further you go into prep, the longer it takes to recall it.
Yeah. He's slowing down.
And he probably expected the Sicilian.
Yeah.
So this is probably like one of the backup lines he studied for the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Because Farouj has been playing the Sicilian all tournament, so yeah. But Ali Reza's in the tank. So Hikaru's got like, I don't know, if you can say a slightly better position, maybe.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know if it's slightly better, but I mean, like optically, if you play like BC5, obviously DC5 is forced. Then it
doesn't seem as good.
It feels like black should have something here. I don't know what it is, but it feels like black should have something here.
Just like rook b8.
Rook b8? Yeah, I don't hate rook b8. Does white have a3 after rook b8? Stop any knight b4.
It's not a fan of a3. It's not a fan of rook b8 either.
Yeah, I mean the first thing you have to calculate after playing b6 is bc5.
Yeah.
But of course, like knight b4 is appealing. Because it comes with a tempo on the queen. So you play like, I don't know, knight b4, queen, queen d1, because otherwise queen e4 again comes with a tempo and it's very forcing.
Is that before BC or is that after BC?
So knight b4 before,
Yeah, and then queen d1.
and then queen d1. Because if you play queen d2, then knight e4 and it gets very messy.
Yeah,
So
queen d1. Well, I don't think Hikaru wants this. I mean, it kind of just goes against the whole point of playing queen a4, queen c2. He wants the queen on c2.
yeah, he's also got to try and avoid liquidation unless he knows it's really advantageous to him, because he's got to push for something here.
Yeah.
And I don't
Well,
know.
he's got a strong time advantage. So
yeah. The only game in the database is a pretty strong player, Etienne Bacro with white, and he plays, and his opponent plays knight b4 here. So we'll see if Farouja goes for that.
yeah, I mean,
there's lots of options.
I really like knight b4.
Yeah. So knight b4, queen d1. Then what do you play here? Do you have Can you take? Takes. I actually dislike this version of takes more, so probably not. Because beforehand you at least have a c6 knight supporting like any future d4 push.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to play c6 here. That's a death sentence, because then white gets a3. So this d5 pawn feels very lonely after takes.
Yeah, maybe knight e4.
Knight e4. Yeah, I mean you can't take that because
just applying pressure to white's position.
Yeah, if you take on e4, then just takes, and it looks like black should have some nice kingside attack here.
Yeah, nice pawn on e4.
Yeah, I mean, so you have to leave that alone. Probably just castle.
Yeah. Now bishop f6, perhaps.
Yeah, and it feels like this d4 pawn is pretty weak. Okay, so castles, bishop f6.
So Kara must have some sort of really interesting prep here, because this doesn't seem too difficult to play from black's perspective.
Yeah, he's got to have an idea.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
this isn't terrible.
He should know this Etienne Bacro game.
Do you think?
Because maybe it transposes. Yeah, it's got to be in his prep. Yeah, but I mean, Alireza is clearly like uncomfortable in this position. He doesn't know really what's going on. Like he knows that you have to break out with b6, but
yeah,
yeah.
At this point, it feels a bit cramped for black, but I think I'm confident Alireza can find a move like knight b4.
Yeah,
and knight e4.
I mean, yeah, even at this level, like how comfortable you feel in a position is just as important as the evaluation. Like when I played in Reykjavik, like I could play positions that were like much better for me than others, but if I wasn't comfortable in them, I wouldn't perform well in them. Like if I hadn't played a couple of thousand games in that position, I wouldn't know what to do in a middle game that's like very slightly different.
Yeah.
And clearly Farouja doesn't really know this position that well. He doesn't know the ideas. Whereas Hikaru, it looks like he does. I mean, he hasn't put a foot wrong yet.
Yeah, he's taking his time. Should we move on to another game?
Yeah, sure. Prague Nepo has got a bit crazy.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. So where did we get to? And then bishop e3. Queen d7.
Okay.
We said queen d7, didn't we?
Yeah, queen d7 was played.
Bishop e2 is logical. Knight g6. We talked about that move as well. And now
h4.
Nepo coming out of h4, which is just totally... He wants
That's
blood. He wants blood.
That is unhinged.
Yeah, all he needs is a draw, and he's going for the win here.
Okay.
So Prague plays
So-
h5 to prevent him from playing h5.
Yeah, so you can't allow h5. Say something like a6. No, say something like castles was played here. Then h5, and you go back, and then and then white has like knight g5 here, and that forces queen e8. Does it force queen e8? Yeah, because otherwise you have to give up your bishop with bishop e6.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah,
and
h5
then,
very understandable.
and then black is
I
like
just
really passive in this position.
Don't see why Nepo would play this. I mean, he spent 8 minutes to play h4, and Prague played h5 almost immediately because it's basically an only move.
I also
just-
don't understand knight d2.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to create the target on h5.
Yeah, but I just don't think that pawn is very important.
I just
Um,
think clearly Nepo is trying to create some imbalance in this position.
Okay, so let's go with your first theory. If Prague castle's here,
Mm-hmm.
can Nepo just take the pawn?
Takes. Yeah, I think he can. Oh no, he can't. No, definitely not.
So it's too slow for some reason. I mean, I think the reason is it just leaves your king way too exposed,
Mm-hmm.
because you can't ever castle short here as white,
Yeah.
and you're still a couple of moves away from castling long.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it probably wants.
Yeah, what do you play as black?
So say long castles as black. You've got to try and untangle here. So after knight d2, long castles.
Bishop takes.
No, you can't play bishop takes.
But what does black play, sorry?
Well, the king's in the center, and it can't go short, and it needs a couple more moves to go long. So you've got to try and target the king while it's in the center.
Hmm. So you need to open up the position somehow.
I
Maybe
mean, my
even
first
knight
instinct would
e7.
be-
No.
My first instinct would be to get something to the same file as the king, so either rook e8 or queen e7 or queen e6.
Mm.
I would probably play rook e8. I don't know how. I don't know if the engine approves it. But
Rook e8. Yeah, I like rook e8 over queen e7 because otherwise bishop g5. Oh no, you can't play bishop g5, you're pinned. But rook e8. No, it doesn't like rook e8.
I mean, it doesn't seem to be a bad move, but like it obviously thinks there's something better.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's really difficult to move here after rook e8. Maybe
Yeah, practically rook e8 is very nice.
you have to scramble to get your king out of the center, so you want to. You can't play. Oh, you can't play. So put rook e8 on the board. You think to yourself here as white, right? How can I get my king out of the center as quickly as possible? So you originally you think, okay, knight b3 and then queen d2, but then that drops the bishop on h5. So you have to keep the queen defending the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So then you think, oh, can I play queen e2 and then long castle? But queen e2 loses immediately to knight f4.
Yeah.
And this is brutal.
Yeah. Just the fork.
And g2 as well.
And g2 and the pin. Can't take.
Yeah, and
So then queen f3 maybe.
Uh, Queen f3. No, Queen f3. Knight d4
Knight
because
d4.
the bishop is
Bishop's
pinned,
pinned. Yeah.
and then it's attacking the queen and c2.
So yeah, this is not. I don't think we should go any further because it's already pretty clear that it's quite uncomfortable.
Okay, so Prague plays
Bishop
bishop
g4.
g4.
Yeah.
Mm,
So Prague is scared of bishop takes h5.
yeah, I mean it's there's so much to calculate.
Yeah, there's a
Um,
lot to calculate.
I mean, I
And I
would.
wonder if this will catch Nepo off guard because he must have thought that it would be clear to Prague that he doesn't need to hold on to that h5 pawn.
Okay, well, assume we take here. Um, Prague is trying to play for something, so he probably wants to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah,
So
h
let's play
pawn.
h takes. Um,
See,
and
I
then
quite like this bishop g4. It's kind of turning it back on Jan to make something happen.
yeah,
There's quite a lot of pressure down the h file.
and then again you just have to
h5. Can you write h5?
h5 here.
Yeah.
Oh
No.
my god. Um, why though?
Yeah.
I mean, because
I'm
if you
just
play something
noticing.
like, well, if you play something like Queen e2 instead of h5,
Mhm.
wanting to long castle, it looks like you just drop this
Yeah.
pawn on, but then there's like bishop g5 check,
Bishop g5
um,
check.
which is difficult to see
Uh,
from a distance.
right. Yeah.
Um, so Queen e2, it seems like it allows long castles because they don't have takes on h4. But I still don't understand why h5 is bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, they can just long castle.
Oh, there's no threat to capture.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Yeah. Of course.
because it's pinned.
Yeah.
And so h5 is just a waste of a tempo. Like
Mhm.
it's not a bad move in and of itself. It's just a waste of a move.
Yeah. Looks okay until you see that.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think Jan will play though?
I
You
think
think
he'll
he'll
take it. Yeah.
And so we're definitely gonna get this position.
But
Now this is a little bit tricky for Jan.
yeah, I think Queen e2 is the immediately appealing move because it tactically defends h4 with this bishop g5 check idea.
Mhm.
So Queen e2, and
Bishop
then
e7.
yeah, I guess you can play bishop e7 here.
It just stops that attack, and it's also threatening to take on h4 again.
So then g3.
Well, is it threatening to take? Can you just long castle? No. Okay.
Long castle. No, long castle, and then you can actually take.
Okay. So you do have to play g3.
Yeah, because after rook takes, knight takes, bishop g5, you just have knight g6 back.
Oh, hold on.
Because so
Let me get those moves.
bishop e7, long castle, rook takes, knight takes, bishop g5. You just have bishop knight g6 back, and it defends e7.
Lovely.
So I guess you would have to play g3 first as white before long castling after
Yeah.
bishop e7. And this is now out of my pay grade.
Well, I think this is okay for white, to be honest. I don't really see what, now that
I
I
also
look down
think,
this line, I don't really see what Prague's going for with opening the h file, because there's no way to attack this h4 pawn once g3's been played.
yeah, but it's just imbalance, isn't it? Um, I mean, at the top level, if you have an identical pawn structure, and you both have two knights and a dark square bishop, it's probably going to be a draw. So you've got to try and create some imbalance somewhere.
Mm.
Um, so he'll probably castle long, go for some pawn pushes on the king side. Um, just try and create something, because this isn't how a player who wants to draw is playing. You know, Prague wants a point from this game.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure. And it'll be interesting to see if he can do that. I mean, Jan's still undefeated in this tournament.
but Jan's in the tank now, so he's definitely out of known territory.
Yeah.
We have significant developments in all of the other games.
Okay, should we go to Fabi?
Let's just quickly check in on Hikaru first, because we got that knight b4 on the board by the looks of it.
Yeah, we do. And knight g4. Knight g4.
But he played.
Did play queen d2. He did play queen d2.
So why not knight e4 here? This confuses me. Takes, and then takes on b4, and
takes on f3.
Is takes on c5 also a move? Is that an option?
Well, you're down yeah. Yeah.
And then
takes on c5 with the pawn. Yeah.
Then take on f3.
Or rook b8 first.
Rook b8. No, rook b8 drops the e4 pawn.
Drops. Right, got you.
Yeah.
And then f takes e3. Now rook b8.
Yeah.
And then queen c3. No, not queen c3. What do you do
queen
here?
c3 runs into bishop f6. So probably queen d2, because then after bishop f6 you have. Oh, I thought you had bishop d4, but that just absolutely gets eviscerated by rook e8 check.
Just rook b1.
Rook b1, then there's bishop f5. This is actually quite tough for white to calculate.
Yeah.
Do you just have to give up that pawn? Oh, do you play... I guess if you play rook d1, you don't lose the pawn because the bishop on d7 is hanging.
Right, yeah. Danger levels.
So where do you move the bishop? Because you can't defend it. So you have to move this bishop.
Probably to f5 just to hold that b1 square. The engine really does not like that.
I guess the idea here is... I don't know what the idea... Oh, do you have queen a5 with the attack on the queen and the attack on the a7 pawn? After
bishop f5.
After bishop f5. Yeah, queen a5 and it attacks a7 and the queen. And this looks pretty nasty for black here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential pitfalls in this line. So I can see why he didn't go for it. So let's go back to what was played, which was bishop f5.
Yeah.
A reasonable move.
F5. And Hikaru went for rook c1, obviously preventing a knight c2 check.
And if knight c2 check, then you just...
Yeah, you just...
Yes.
Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah. Knight g4.
So after knight g4, you have a couple of really interesting options here. You can play bishop f4.
Yeah, so bishop f4 to preserve the bishop.
And then you can try and play down a stronger c file for white because you've got this rook c1. Maybe you try and open things up. Or you can just castle and have a backwards pawn on e3. Um,
So does Hikaru have, instead of bishop f4, just like c takes b6, or is that just bad?
okay, let's have a look at cb6. Um, okay, so obviously black has the option to take on e3 here because
Yeah.
there's no bc7 intermezzo because you have an intermezzo of your own knight takes g2 or desperado. Yeah. I guess the problem with cb6 is probably ab6, and then I mean a3 is forced here. I'm pretty sure.
Is it? Oh yeah, because the knight attacks it too.
Um,
Okay, potentially later on, could c takes b6 be played? I'm just thinking of opening up this rook. It just looks like.
Yeah, I think you probably want to wait until black releases attention though, because if you take, then ab6 and black has this c5 break, but they also have an open rook on the a file. So you're opening your rook, but you're also opening their rook.
Yeah.
We've got a wow from George in the chat.
We do have a wow from George.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be too tempted by cb6. I mean, I don't think it's a bad move, but it's also doing black favors. So I mean, the two things I'd be looking at here, they're probably not the only two good moves, but I'd be looking at bishop f4 and castles. And it just depends whether you can accept a backwards pawn on e3 or not. Now, my intuition would be don't allow the backwards pawn on e3.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that looks nasty.
Yeah, especially like, say you castle, knight takes. What would you take with the queen?
Castles, knight takes, queen takes.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can play queen takes actually. Yeah, that's true.
But f takes.
Yeah, I don't know about f takes. Something about this doesn't sit right. So you play f takes.
I think it's just the human intuition to not want to give away the bishop pair and have tricky pawn structures.
Yeah, I mean, but you can just play queen takes, like you said. Okay, so queen takes. Can you take on c5 then? Takes, and then what?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
I guess you've opened up bishop f6 now. That bishop can come alive.
But do you take on c5 or not?
Oh yeah, so takes on c5, and then I'm thinking bishop f6 here for black, and you're threatening d4. So probably.
Are you not threatening bishop takes c3 as well?
No, I think the bishop's even.
Bishop takes c3 and then rook takes and then knight takes a2.
I think that's okay. So
try and win a pawn.
Wait, which line is this?
So
after bishop f6.
After bishop f6. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know what white plays here.
Okay. Say they play like rook fd1 to stop d4. You would want to take on c3. Rook takes c3. Knight a2. Then rook a3. Knight b4.
So I think rook takes c3 was wrong. I think you had to recapture with either the queen or the pawn for some reason.
Well, it can't be the queen because you get forked. So
Forked
it must be on a2.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it must be the pawn.
Um,
Yeah, pawn
but why?
captures. Yeah,
After oh, because they can't escape to b4.
yeah, right.
So how how is that not lost?
Wow, this is crazy. I guess sacrifice the knight? Well, no. So what do you do? Can you defend the knight?
No.
How's... So you give up
How
the
is this
knight.
not lost?
Yeah, there must be some crazy move here.
Okay, I
Like
mean
rook
the
e8.
only thing I can think of is rook e8, right?
Yeah,
Because it's the only thing that
yeah.
attacks something greater than the knight. So rook e8, you just play queen d2, and the knight is
Still trapped.
hanging.
Yeah.
Oh my god! After queen d2, rook e2, queen e2, knight takes c3.
Oh, wow.
That's insane.
It would be nice if it still wasn't losing.
I mean,
Oh,
this is yeah, this is a bit dank though. Like if
this
you
is
had to like
dank.
yeah, if you had to like calculate this like 10 moves in advance, I mean, forget about it.
Yeah.
I would not.
That
I
is
wouldn't want to go down
super
this line.
hard to see from a distance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess speculation can only take us so far. We'll see whether Hikaru goes for bishop f4 or castles
It's
or
like Oppenheimer.
something else. Yeah,
Okay, let's go back
but
to where we are.
we got developments in Fabi Vidit and
Okay,
in Gukesh Abasov game.
what do you think we should do first?
I mean, Fabi Vidit is. It looks like it's going down the line that we predicted, and the line that was similar to the Hikaru Fabi game.
Right, yeah, we did predict this.
Yeah, we predicted the pawn cube.
You heard it here first, guys. Ollie and James predicting candidates
Mystic Meadows.
2024.
Yeah.
So we should see knight takes, right?
Oh no, we said.
Oh yeah, rook takes first.
Yeah, because the rook's hanging.
Yeah, the rook's hanging.
Uh,
making the
I don't know.
same blunder 2 times in a row.
I don't know why Vidit's hesitating here. Like,
Or is there any other move?
I mean, you can't take the pawn on d5 with a rook.
No, because bishop takes.
And you don't want to sack pawns here. I mean, it's too solid of a position.
Yeah, it's just
you have to take.
Maybe
Queen
he's
takes. No.
is he calculating c takes d5? But
Yeah,
why?
I guess.
But why would he not play rook captures anyway?
I mean, why would you not play knight d5? Because then if they want to get the isolated pawn, they have to give up the bishop pair.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And this is really reminiscent of the Hikaru Fabi game.
Mm-hmm. Which round was that?
I think it was round 8.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we do have rook takes e1.
Yeah. And then obviously queen e1 will be automatic from Fabi.
Yeah.
And
I didn't. Oh, he did play rook takes e1 quickly. For some reason, it just didn't come up.
and knight d5, yeah.
He spent 1 second on rook takes e1, but the board just didn't update. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. So what game should I leave you
on? Can you leave me on Gukesh Abasov?
Okay, you're in the capable hands of Ollie, everyone. If you got any questions, please ask him. And yeah, take it away, Ollie.
Okay. So sadly, I can't influence James's analysis board. So you're just going to try and have to imagine this with me. Think of it as like a visualization exercise. So we left this game after 94, move 14. Uh, oh no, and bishop b7 from Gukesh. Then Nijat played this h4 move, which just looks like complete nonsense to me. I mean, why you wouldn't go for knight c5, this simplification, knight c5, bc5, bishop b7, rook b7, and then bishop e3 is beyond me. I mean, queen c7, and then you probably have I mean, rook e4 to defend the d4 pawn looks good, but maybe you just have rook ab1, trade the rooks, and you take with can't take the pawn on e5 because of bishop f4. And once the queen moves, say queen h5, you have rook b8 check, and you win the game. So, I mean, at the very least, this knight c5 line was just completely drawing, utterly dead, and I thought that's what Abasov wanted, but evidently not. So he plays this h4, and then we get queen c7, which makes sense. You know, that is a pawn on e5. And I mean, we can still go for this knight c5 line because bc5 is still the move. If you play queen c5, bishop b7, rook b7, and queen e4 comes with the tempo and the rook, and that's messy, and I can't calculate any further than that. So we got h4, queen c7, and rook d1. And obviously you can't take on e5 here because of bishop f4. So that e5 pawn is not hanging. We're in the current position. So I don't know what you're supposed to do here as black. Do you just castle? I mean, castles again. It feels like you have bishop f4 to prepare. Knight d6. So say we play castles, bishop f4, and there's some kind of, say, rook fe8 to try and go knight f8, get this knight out of its eternal damnation. Then do you just have knight d6? Maybe.
How are we looking?
Yeah, good. So Nijat obviously didn't go for this liquidation line with takes on c5. I was just saying that obviously in the current position you can't take on e5 because of bishop f4.
Yeah.
So
Skewer.
I wasn't sure what the idea for black was here. Probably castles.
Yeah, looks logical. I just don't really. I mean, I would be really worried about my knight on h7 and where that is going to go.
Well, I was saying you probably want to place after castles some rook fe8 and knight f8, and then reroute it to either g6 or try and get some d6 and go to d7.
Yeah, right. It's just insane that we got knight h7 here.
Yeah, I think this is a really tricky position to play for black, actually. I don't know what Gukesh was going for here. And he's clearly out of his prep.
He has got a time advantage.
I mean, I think that's what Nijat was going for when he played h4. Aside from wanting to prevent knight g5, like, he just thought, okay, like,
let me take him out of his prep.
Yeah, it's not a bad move, but it's nonsense enough for Gukesh to be out of his prep. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, this is really, really tough to calculate.
And Nijat played rook d1 quite quickly. Minute and a half he took on that move.
Okay, just to highlight something, if black plays, say, bishop e4 here, which to me seems It looks like you have bishop takes e4 with a double attack on the knight, but I guess knight f8.
Hmm.
Um,
I mean, I just don't think bishop e4 in the first place is a good move.
yeah, you just don't want to give up that bishop. Surely
No.
you spent so many moves preparing it with rook b8, b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
that's the
don't see
whole
why you
point of
give that
Gukesh's
up.
prep.
Yeah. Well, aside from this knight h7 nonsense, I still don't know
Mm.
why he played that. Absolutely puzzling
No,
move. And
very, very creative.
it hasn't done anything, and it
I'm
was
more
so easy.
confident that this game is going to be decisive now.
It was so easy for Nijat to lock it out with h4, and for some reason h4 was not in Gukesh's prep. So I don't know what he had prepped, but like this is a massive oversight.
I don't think so.
Um,
I don't think Gukesh was ever planning to go knight g5 because knight g5 was never good.
yeah, but then is this knight f8 maneuver ever good? It doesn't seem that
No,
scary.
I think it's literally just to get him out of prep.
Yeah, but he did that with h6 already. Like h6,
Yeah, that's a very good
the
point.
games went from like 26,500 to 2. Like he's out of prep after h6. But
Yeah, that's
so
knight.
I don't understand knight h7.
Is knight h7 best?
It can't be. It can't be. Um,
Knight h7 is best.
yeah, but this is like with a browser-based engine. I mean, if you run it at like a really high depth, surely it says you're a lunatic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I I will die on the hill that knight h7 cannot be the best move here.
Yeah.
It's just it makes no sense to me. It's not like I've been taught proper chess principles or anything, but like this move just doesn't make sense.
No, totally. Okay, should we move on to...
Yeah, sure. I think we've got some developments in nothing interesting. Well, nothing in Fabi Vidit since we last looked at it. We've had developments in the Hikaru and Nepo games. So which one do you want to go to first?
Let's go Nepo.
They're almost identical on the clock, by the way. Prague and Alireza both have an hour 15, and Nepo and Hikaru both have an hour 27.
Okay, so we got this so g3 was played
Yeah,
before
but without
trading off.
takes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we had knight b3 first.
Oh, we had
then-
knight b3. Bishop b7. g3.
I mean, this seems very low risk.
Yeah, for both of them.
It seems like they didn't want to go down this crazy bishop takes g4 line.
Yeah, we just calculated all of that for nothing.
So Prague is really desperately trying to extract something here, which is why he tried to goad Nepo into this bishop g4. And Nepo, it's really clear from his opening choice and from not taking on g4 that he just wants this game to be over as soon as possible. He doesn't want to be here.
So he does castle long as well.
He wants to make a draw here. He wants to make a draw tomorrow. And he just wants to go back to the World Championship match.
Hopefully with his form that he has in the candidates.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is... There's no attacking chances for either side. It's just maneuvering, trying to get the best endgame possible before you trade off. I mean, in a word, lifeless. Like, this... If any...
It's not what
if
Prague
any-
wants. It's not what Prague wants.
Yeah, if anyone would give me any odds, I'd put my whole student loan on this one being a draw now.
I just don't... Why did
That being
Prague...
said,
Why did Prague play bishop e2?
I don't know.
If you're fighting, why are you playing bishop e2?
Yeah. Well, I guess the alternative is if you castle straight away. maybe he was scared of some kind of f3 move.
But f3 was there before. If he was scared of it, and he wouldn't have played bishop g4 in the first place.
Yeah, but bishop g4 immediately, and then f3, say bishop e6.
Wait, sorry, I've lost the line.
So
Castles.
no, before castles.
Ah.
Like immediately after bishop g4.
So f3 here instead of g3. Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, no, f3 like immediately after bishop g4. So move 11.
Yeah, f3.
And if say like you play bishop e6 here, knight b3. We saw that Nepo wanted to go knight b3 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then it seems like black might have some kind of bishop d6 with threatening to prevent castles. I don't know if that is actually a threat, but
threatening bishop f4.
No, bishop g3 check. So,
right, of course.
So maybe you have to play, I don't know, bishop f2, and then.
But okay, anyway, Prague would have calculated this if he was afraid of f3 anyway, and he still went for bishop g4. But so my point is, why did he play bishop e2?
Well, because if he doesn't play bishop e2, say he plays castles instead, right? Then no, there's f3 here. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, we go bishop e6, and then maybe like queen d2, and I mean, black's pieces like completely shut out from the king side, because the pawns control e4, f4, g4, h4.
So bishop d6 to attack g3 and make space for the knight.
Okay, let's have a look. I'll get this up on my board. So instead of so the castles, f3, bishop e6, queen d2, bishop d6. You
have to defend the g3 pawn.
Yeah, so I guess it's whether you play bishop f2
or rook
g1 or f4. The f4 creates this hole on g4 again.
Yeah.
Which is why
you played f3 in the first place, yeah.
So bishop f2 or rook g1. I'd probably play rook g1 because you don't want to overwork this bishop because it's defending d4 as well. So I'd probably play rook g1.
It's just never pleasant to defend a pawn with a rook like that.
I mean, this is one of those positions where it feels like top grandmasters are just going to trade the rooks, trade the queens, and it's going to fizzle out. And maybe white can play for some tiny advantage, but never a win. In the early days of chess.com streaming, like top events, these are the positions, like top classical events.
Ooh,
these are the positions
queen f5.
Where the chat would go, "Oh God, not again! It's another draw."
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I mean, queen f5. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know much about boring middle games because I don't get them. Like, to be frank, like I just attack, and if it's successful, I win. If it's not, I go into a slightly worse endgame, which I desperately try and hold.
What's the point of this queen f5?
Couldn't tell you. Probably just control the light squares. Which it does very successfully. I mean, it controls e5, f3, g4. It just activates the queen. Like,
yeah.
And you can't kick it out at all.
Oh, perhaps he's playing queen f5 to defend the h5 pawn, so he can play rook e8.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean...
Yeah, knight a4. Wow. Yeah, I'm playing that very quickly. Yeah.
I mean, he does blitz these things out. But, like, wow.
Super confident.
I mean, of course you can't play you you can't play b6 here. To stop the knight coming to c5. If you play b6 here, queen a6 check surely,
Yeah.
king b8, and then it feels like you should be able to sacrifice something here.
Yeah. Or even rook
Probably.
d3, rook c3, and then you're attacking the knight.
I don't hate rook d3, but I think rook d3 might be a little slow. I think probably just knight ac5 straight away. I mean, if you take with a pawn, then queen c6, and you can't take on d4 because bishop takes or rook takes, and you're absolutely busted.
Yeah, and knight a5's coming, and
so you probably want to play what, like c4, but then even c4 probably, I don't know.
This is just bad.
Wait, don't you just have? Oh no, I mean knight a5. You have queen c8, so you probably want to play queen b5 check first, and then knight c5. And if you take, then you're threatening c6, and your bishop opens up on the a7 pawn, and yeah, I mean this is a nightmare for black. So
Yeah.
you can never play b6, just to go off on a little tangent there. Because I mean, from looking at your screen, the computer doesn't hate b6 immediately, but no grandmaster would ever play b6.
No, it hates it quite a lot.
Yeah, but it doesn't say. Oh yeah, it doesn't say this is losing. But after queen a6, king b8, knight ac5, you're in trouble.
Yeah, practically.
You're in real trouble here. Yeah. So I guess that's what Nepo's hoping for.
You see bishop takes c5 to hold on.
And if you don't, yeah, that's so. It's tough to see, but I guess you're forced to see it.
Yeah, you're forced when it's closer.
Yeah. So if they can't play b6, then I guess Nepo's idea is just to play knight ac5 anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Whatever Prague plays, that will be Nepo's next move.
Yeah.
Regardless, because he's not going to capture anything here.
Which is nice. I think, contrary to what you've said, I think Nepo's actually going for something a little bit spicy.
Maybe, but I still see very little life in this. So say there's something like.
I mean, I'm sure he'd take a draw if one presents itself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, take something like a6, for instance. If you play a6, knight ac5. I mean, a6 being to prevent queen b5 after knight c5 with an attack on the b7 pawn, right?
Yeah.
I just don't see any life here. Like, you can never sack the pawn on a6, the knight on a6, sorry. You just don't have a quick enough attack. Because if you sack the knight on a6, takes, check.
Yeah, I mean it's all closed. It's all closed off on the queen side.
Yeah, I think
you'd have to play on the king side.
It's very boring, but I think if Prague plays a6 here to prevent this knight c5, queen b5 idea, it's going to be a draw.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Not the first prediction we got correctly tonight.
That is the last life left in this position. If Prague doesn't play a6, we might have a game in our hands.
But what else can Prague play here?
Probably a multitude of boring moves. But I would be most scared of, because obviously he wants to put it on c5. That's why he's played knight a4. So why does he want knight c5? Surely to play queen b5 and attack the b7 pawn. So, I mean, how would I defend this? You can try king b8, knight c5, and then queen c8. But then the question is, why did you play queen b5? Queen f5, sorry. Because now you're deactivating your queen, you're passive. and maybe Nepo can make some progress in the middle or on the queen side. So you look at this king b8, queen c8 idea, and you disregard that because it's passive and it's nonsense. And so you think, okay, how else can I defend this knight c5, queen b5 idea? And I think the only conclusion you can really come to is a6.
Yeah.
I mean, say you don't play a6. Say you play king b8. After a c5, can you take with the bishop? Knight takes, and then play a6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this looks playable. This does look playable, but you could avoid giving up the bishop by just playing a6 in the first place.
And what about
And then
rook e8 now?
rook e8 in the current position. Rook h8.
Yeah, rook h8.
Yeah. Then I think surely knight c5 regardless.
Yeah.
And then, I mean,
Bishop takes a6.
a6. What?
Bishop takes c5 and then play a6.
Bishop c5, knight c5, a6.
This looks
Yeah,
nice.
again, I don't see why you have to give up the bishop. Like, it's not like you're kicking the knight off c5 because there's enough
Right,
place.
yeah. So you may as well just play a6.
I guess you can just play a6.
Yeah.
Like, there is an extra bit to calculate here. You do have to calculate whether knight a6 works, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
So knight a6, and then king d7, and here it's really important that there's no knight c5 because the bishop's still there and you can just take it.
Yeah.
So I think the smartest thing in like any of these lines is just play a6 as soon as possible. Just completely just deny Nepo the chance to bring his queen to b5, do any of that nonsense. Okay, Prague plays knight f8. Gonna be honest, don't understand where he's going with that.
What is he doing?
I guess
Knight
he's trying.
f8.
Oh, he's trying to go for like knight d7 or knight e6.
Yeah, I mean the knight didn't have any. It didn't have any prospects on g6, so you can understand it, but that is a ballsy move considering the imminent potential attack on his king. You know.
Yeah, I mean let's just go down the line straight away. Knight ac5, right?
Yeah.
Assume that this whole knight f8 maneuver is to go knight d7. So let's go knight d7. Do you have
Queen b5?
Queen b5. Takes. No, Queen b5 doesn't do anything here because you just lose all your attacking pieces. You just trade them all off. So not Queen b5. Say you play knight d7. What do you take with? I guess you take with a queen because you want to keep your rooks connected. You don't want your king out in the open. So you take with a queen. And this is just lifeless.
Yeah. Knight c5, going back to f5. Wait, no.
So what's the idea? What's Prague's idea to actually keep this game alive? I don't think you can keep it alive. I think this game is dead.
Yeah, I really think it's in Nepo's hands whether it stays alive or not as well.
Well, I don't know what Nepo can do to.
Well, Nepo at least has this knight c5, and you know
he has to play knight c5 now. Otherwise...
Yeah. I mean, and also Nepo, if he wanted to push for something, he could play f3, g4. I don't know if that would work, but
yeah, maybe. But
the point is, I don't think Prague has f6, g5.
Yeah, this whole liquidation on the c5 square though.
Emmanuel says this game is done out. So true.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a draw.
Certified chesser. This is a draw. Okay, let's go to something more interesting then.
Okay, let's catch up on Hikaru Alireza.
We have a great move.
So we had bishop f4,
Yeah, bishop
which was one
f4.
of the two options we were talking about.
BC.
So Hikaru like us did not like knight e3,
Mm-hmm.
which
BC.
fair enough.
Yeah.
BC.
I don't understand BC. Like,
No, I want to keep the tension here, probably.
yeah, I think BC is like, I don't know what else to do right now, so I'm just gonna take the pawn.
Well, I guess the idea is after you take back, is it bishop takes and then you attack the f2 pawn?
Just castles and everything's defended.
Yeah. Is there d4 here?
Well, Ali Reza's up a pawn.
Do we have d4?
Emmanuel wants to be the chess grand wizard.
Oh dear. I'm not sure about that one.
No, he can become the chess grand wizard if he wants to. Hikaru will train you to become the chess grand wizard. Officially. D4. It doesn't like D4.
Why? Knight b5?
Yeah, knight b5.
But just... Oh, and the bishop's hanging on c5, and then afterwards the bishop is
Which is
on
precisely why I don't understand BC in the first place. You're just opening up
but-
the C file
But
for white.
do you have d3 here?
D3.
And then rook c5, and then obviously d takes c2,
Rook E1.
rook e1.
And the knight's hanging and the bishop's hanging, the pawn's hanging.
I guess at the end of all of this, like, white
Oh.
just goes on a shopping spree with like rook c7 and then just starts taking everything.
Yeah, this looks really nice.
And
For
also like, the bishop on f5 is just straight up hanging, like it's
Yeah. Everything's hanging. Got the tension between the queens, but the queen can take the knight.
So Ali Reza plays rook e8, which I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Spent a lot of time on that move though. 23 minutes for rook E8.
okay. So if you want to prevent this, because black is charging up d4 now, right? Because rook e8 in this d4 line protects the pawn on e2 once you take the bishop.
Right.
So you have to kick out the pieces that support the pawn going to d3. So you probably want to play a3 here to kick out the b4 knight. Because after d4, knight b5, d3 is supported by the b4 knight.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably want to play a3 here. And
Knight
It's
C6.
it's not clear what...
Oh,
no, you can't play knight c6 because then you have two undefended pieces on the c file. And white can just, I guess...
Knight A4.
Or knight b5 even attacks the c7 pawn with a bishop as well.
Yeah.
So you're threatening a fork on c7, and you're threatening
Rook takes C5.
rook
And if-
c5,
And if
and
the
then
bishop
if you move
moves, the
you take on
C6 knight.
c6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after a6, you can't play knight a6. You can't. Let's
Where
just
does
look
the
at all the
knight
options
go?
for the knight. So you can't go c6. You can't go a6. You can't go to a2. You can't go to c2, and you can't go to
Can't go anywhere.
you can't go to d3. So what's the move here for black?
There must be some
It
counter
can't be a
attack.
knight move.
Counter attack, yeah.
Is it d4 straight away anyway?
No, it's not D4.
Oh, wait, no. Give it time to think. Give it time to think. Okay, why is it not like d4 so much here? So I guess the options are take the knight, or play knight b5 like you do in the other line with d4. Um, so let's just try taking the knight first.
This one.
Yeah. And then bishop b4 doesn't work because you just take the d4 pawn. So takes on c3.
Take, the queen's hanging. Trade the queens and bc5.
Trade the queens and on a bc5 is a problem because c takes b2 and the bishop controls the b1 promotion square.
Well, it's still okay. This is dead zeros.
But why not just instead of bc5 just play bc3?
Yeah.
Oh no, the bishop's okay. So then I guess if
the bishop's hanging.
You can't play rook e2 because this dark squared bishop is so powerful. So after rook e2, bc5, your c7 pawn is hanging. So how do you defend this?
c6.
Oh no, but c6. There's like a super fork with knight d4. Your rook's hanging, your bishop's hanging, the pawn's hanging.
Right, yeah. God, all complicated, all super complicated.
Yeah, I think we're going a bit down a rabbit hole here.
Yeah, let's go back to where we were.
But it feels like you have to play a3 here.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
So what is the route out? What is the route out for Alireza?
Well, either you go down this d4 rabbit hole and you try and find whatever we've missed, or is there anything else?
Some attack on the queen or something?
Okay.
Is there a like rook e2, queen e2? No.
Okay, I might be going insane here, but bear with me.
Go on.
After a3, can you play knight takes f2? Is this a move? The idea being knight f2, rook f2.
I think this is it.
And then, bear with me, rook e2? Does rook e2 work here? The idea being, if you play knight e2, then there's bishop f2, king f2. I'm just trying to follow your analysis board here. Knight d3. Yeah. And then say you go king g1 back and you take on c1. And...
yeah, it survives with the pawn up.
But this is super imbalanced.
It's definitely super imbalanced.
But black should be okay here.
Yeah.
But what if...
okay, what if not rook e2?
Well, no, what if not knight e2? So 19, knight e2. What if you play queen e2?
Yeah.
I guess you have... oh no, you have knight d3 anyway with a double attack on f2.
Mm-hmm.
So say you try and protect it with...
well, even bishop takes first, right?
Wait, bishop takes, queen takes. Yeah, yeah, this too. Yeah, but it feels like knight d3 might be more menacing. Because you're threatening to just straight up win the rook. So...
bishop e3?
yeah, because knight d1 is way too passive. But here, I mean, it feels like black has something here, right?
Yeah, it's
Because
a d4.
white is d4. Yeah, maybe put it in. So what's the idea? You take with a knight. Oh, and then what? Knight c1. Yeah, this is pretty convincing.
This is
Yeah,
challenging to say the least.
but then why not knight c1 immediately
Well,
instead of just d4?
knight f5.
Yeah, but I mean, if the
Oh
idea
no,
is
not knight f5. Definitely not knight f5.
if the idea is knight takes c1, why not just immediately instead of sacrificing the d4 pawn?
Yeah.
So then you play bishop c1, and then what's the idea here?
Well, you can just take the rook.
Yeah, take the rook, and then
Queen takes or
yeah,
just take?
yeah, queen takes surely, and then
Similar to the
feels like,
position we had before, where it's super imbalanced.
and it feels like here maybe you can prevent infiltration on the c5 square with the queen with something like queen d6.
Yeah.
And black's probably fine here.
Yeah. Tricky position. But I mean, it's interesting. It kind of fizzles out in similar ways in all of these lines.
Knight f2 is kind of, that's an insane line though. There's so much to calculate, and
yeah,
I did it on vibes. I didn't know if it worked. I didn't see this d4 idea. I didn't see knight c1. But it feels like Ali Reza might have that at the back of his mind, and that's why he played rook e8.
Oh.
Because you sack it on e2 in those lines. So if Hikaru goes for a3,
well, we've got some development on the board.
we do.
Oh no, we don't. For some reason I thought more was played. So yeah, a3.
So if Hikaru goes for a3, then we're going to see some complications because you can't move the knight, as we established.
Yeah. You have to defend this knight tactically.
So you have to go for d4 or knight f2.
Yeah. Is there any
and
other
that's
move?
going to get crazy. I mean, I can't. You can't go for rook e2 immediately. That doesn't work, does it?
No, for knight e2, right?
Yeah, but then do you have knight d3 here to attack the rook and the f2 pawn?
Engine says no.
Computer says no. Why though? Like this.
Perhaps when you take on f2, this bishop's hanging.
So
in a line.
Take with a bishop.
White to move.
Okay, white to move. I guess you threaten the knight.
Oh, you could go knight d4. You could go knight d4.
Yeah, you can go knight d4. I was thinking playing rook c3 to just threaten to take the knight. Bishop takes, queen takes.
Yeah, that's the way.
And then, like you said, yeah, that after all of this, like that bishop is a bit loose. So you've kind of gone all in on the f2 pawn here. So bishop takes f2, and you don't want to take and give up a rook, right?
Oh, you think?
Yeah, because the knights would defend each other.
Yeah.
King h1.
Now this is hanging.
Yeah, everything's kind of hanging. I mean, if black plays a nonsense move like h6, something like I mean, you can take on
Oh,
d3.
the thing to notice here is that this knight's trapped. Wait, I can take here. You recapture.
Takes.
Say it with the knight or the queen.
Queen, because it comes with a tempo on the bishop. So you want to play what, like bishop e6 to keep an eye on this knight? It keeps defending with g4 knight, but then
No,
surely
you get h3.
Or do you even have knight g5?
Oh, that's dangerous.
So it threatens an attack on the bishop, which would then leave the knight hanging. And if the knight's hanging, then the bishop on f2 is hanging, and c7 is hanging.
And you got potential f7 attacks as well.
I think after knight g5, like, it's
Black's
complicated.
busted.
It's complicated, but Hikaru would figure that out.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, we've gone down a bit of a rabbit hole. I mean, is there any option other than a3 for Hikaru in the current position?
Well, he's really thinking long here, so...
Well, he's got to calculate d4 and knight f2. Like, it's a... he's got a lot to think about.
Definitely.
And he is down a pawn.
My point is like, is there anything other than a3 at all? Oh, he's played.
He's played it. Okay. Yeah, we're going to see some fireworks here. But Fallujah will calculate.
Oh, so we should see Fallujah hit the tank for a bit here.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But
Should we...
He only has 56 minutes for his last 23 moves.
I could see him easily take 20 minutes here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he should. I mean, this is critical for the next, like, 10, 15 moves.
Yeah.
If he plays the wrong move here, he's finished.
Yeah.
But, like, he's kind of forced to find it. Because you can't move the knight.
Yeah.
So you have to try d4, knight f2, or rook e2, which we established as bad. But I think d4 is the most natural of them.
Yeah, I mean, it took us a long time to find knight f2. You found it even when we knew that there was a...
Yeah, but I was nowhere near calculating it. Like,
no, but still.
But then again, I'm nowhere near Alireza Fallujah, so
you're way better.
No. So yeah, I mean, my prediction would be d4 here. But then again, Alireza does like those sort of slap on the board and create fireworks moves, so I could see him playing knight f2 as well.
Yeah, let's come back to this.
I can't see him playing rook e2. It's too easy to calculate that's bad.
Yeah, no, he won't play rook e2. There's no way.
But he'll go in the tank.
Yeah. So let's come back.
So what have we got? We've got a pretty boring endgame in Fabi Vidit, by the looks of it. It's not looking like the Hikaru Fabi game anymore. It's looking like a draw.
Yeah.
But there's still life in it. It's not like...
It's not over yet.
It's not like Nepo Prague, where Prague's just offered a queen trade.
Although, let's have a look at this. I mean, this is slightly interesting with this pawn hanging.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's trade on e3 and take the pawn. What's the idea? Oh no, you can't take the pawn. Queen e4 hangs the bishop because it's
mate threat.
Yeah, well, not it's not mate because say you save the bishop with bishop d5, takes king f8, check. You have knight g8. But you do.
Not good.
But you drop the knight after bishop h7.
Yeah.
So it's not game over, but it's game over.
Yeah.
So you can't. So this pawn is never really hanging.
So yeah, he's played bishop e3. He wants to trade.
Yeah. Which is odd. So
yeah, I mean, you'd think if you're trying to play for a win here, you play something like bishop f4 instead.
So Vidit can't really keep this bishop alive, because if he plays c5, he kills his bishop.
Hmm.
If he plays bishop b8, he kills his rook.
Yeah. So he's quite
Um,
quite forced.
and if he plays something like knight g6, um, then Fabi just takes the bishop, and that rook is on an awful square.
Yeah.
So
So I
he
think
kind
we will see bishop
of takes the
takes,
force.
and then knight g6,
If I mean,
or even
I
knight
mean,
f5. It's knight f5 on there.
unless there's a move I'm missing, like if a grandmaster doesn't play bishop e3 there, take away his title, because like I don't know, I I don't I don't understand why you wouldn't trade there. There's no way to keep the bishop alive, so just chop it off.
Yeah.
Um,
And is knight g6 the only good move?
I think so. Takes. I mean, you can play knight. I mean, yeah, probably. You can
What's wrong
probably
with
also
knight
activate
f5
the
though?
rook.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Um,
Why is knight
knight-
f5 so frowned upon by the engine?
well, I guess it just gives white a free queen move, so you can activate it to a better square. I guess queen b3 is quite appealing. It pressures b7. It protects a c4 pawn. Um,
Yeah, because when knight f5 is played, the c4 pawn is actually hanging.
yeah. I don't know if there's anything better than queen b3, because now I think this pawn is under threat. Um, unless I'm crazy.
No,
Okay, so
definitely.
play like I don't know, queen e5. Can you take this pawn? Oh no, you just take on the knight on f5. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so that pawn isn't a threat. So yeah, maybe you play queen e5. It's the most active square for the queen, but does it run into like rook e8? And no, bishop c4 isn't threatened because you just take the queen on f5. So I guess it doesn't run into rook
Yeah.
e8. Rook e8 isn't actually a threat at all.
There's some attempts here to make this position a bit more interesting, but
Well, white will be the only one ever playing for a win here because that pawn on b7 is so weak.
yeah.
But this should be a draw. I mean, if Vidit doesn't hold this, this would be awful. But then again, he was completely winning against Nepo yesterday and lost. So yeah,
Way to rub salt in the wound. Why don't you go tell him now?
yeah. Um, let's. I mean, Nepo Prague. There's a queen trade offer there, so I don't think we want to spend time there when the other games are so exciting. There's a quick development in Gukesh Abasov before we head back to Hikaru Alireza. So
So
where
where
do we
did we
leave
leave?
this game? We saw
We saw h4.
Rook d1.
Yeah.
Oh, he took on e4.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
I don't like that at all.
No, me neither. And I guess he's played rook fd8 to bring his knight into the game, and he wants to play d6. But I just don't. Practically, I don't understand why you'd, without being forced to.
Okay, so there's a guy in my club who usually plays either, well, somewhere between board 2 and board 4 for our A team, depending on who's playing, right? And he plays a lot of these positions. In fact, the game. Oh my god, I just got called a yapper in chat. There's no way. um, the game where we clinched our undefeated season this year, he had a position very, very similar to this from the white side, with the double pawns on the c file, with a7, b6, with the bishop on c5, Pretty much everything except the knight on h7
Mm-hmm.
was exactly the same, right? And he ended up winning it through some crazy tactical sequence. But one idea that he did use quite early on in the game was this a4 idea. Um, so I think following his game, and he's a lot better than I am at chess. Like I've beaten him occasionally, but he's a much better player.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if you play a4 here, then I don't know, knight f8. Um,
Oh, rook d2. Oh, yeah.
okay,
Very clearly wanting to play rook a to d1.
yeah, but I feel like this a4.
Yeah, this a4 is super strong. I mean, a5 at some point as well.
Yeah, and then after knight f8, you can play like h5 to stop knight g6 because you don't want this bishop to be traded off. And then he plays. I don't even know what he plays. Probably knight h7 back because you can go to the g5 square again.
Sorry, take me through that again.
I'm just waffling. um,
You're just yapping.
anyway, it's a line that will never happen because we've got rook d2 on the board now, and we've got knight f8.
Knight f8. Finally, he saves his knight.
I mean, you can't allow knight g6 because that bishop is doing such an important job on f4.
You think he'll
So-
play h5?
Well, either that or you play g4, knight g6, and then bishop g3. But that feels way too weakening.
I don't know about h5.
Well, let's explore g4 here, right?
Well, g4 looks horrible.
Yeah, it looks horrible, but why is it horrible?
Knight
Knight
g6.
g6, bishop g3, and then what does black actually have here?
f5.
f5, put it on the board.
No, not f5. Yeah, f5 is not good. Maybe h5.
h5, you just take it, right?
Yeah, okay. So there must be something. d6
Can't-
now. d6 now.
Yeah, but you just take it, right? Then takes, and then h4 falls at the end of it.
Yeah.
So takes. But then you have h5 here, right?
And knight e5.
Oh, and then this g4 pawn is just really weak.
And so is the c4 pawn.
Yeah, so that's why it's bad.
Yeah.
So that's probably why
Yeah,
h5.
g4.
h5. Yeah, h5 is probably best here just to avoid any of that nonsense, right? Because this bishop is protecting.
And
it's
you
not
definitely
protecting the
can't.
e5 pawn.
You definitely can't play rook ad1. No, you can play rook ad1. Knight g6, bishop e3. No, okay, not bishop e3.
I don't like giving up this dark square bishop. I don't like it.
Yeah, but you gotta think about the advantage that you're transferring here. There's pressure down the d file, doubled rooks.
Yeah.
It's a way to play it, but I agree with you. In
Um,
fact, you could even still play a4 in this position.
Yeah, but again, knight g6 and play here seems very unclear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the easiest way to shut down the counterplay is just play h5.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, h5 because this bishop is, it's not just defending the e5 pawn; it's defending the d6 square.
Yeah.
And
The
we've seen
reason-
that g4 doesn't work.
The thing is with h5 is I'd be worried about a future g6. I mean, not right now, but
Oh no, that opens up the king side way too much. Surely.
okay, right. So there's no g6.
I mean, with the queen on e4, you'll never have g6.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and also all of black's other pieces are on the queen side. Whereas you've got this rook on d2 that can be brought into the
Yeah,
attack.
yeah.
You've got a couple of bishops, queen. I mean, if you play g6, white has a legit attack.
Yeah, h5's a pretty...
But
It's the simplest way of continuing.
h5, can you just play knight h7 back and go for knight g5?
That's a very good question.
Is that legit?
We are checking.
We are checking.
I'll get back to you.
Box.
Yeah, how do you prevent the knight getting to g5?
I don't know. I guess you ask yourself, is knight g5 even a good move? So let's just play anything. I don't know, a4, rook ad1. Let's play rook ad1.
Okay.
Rook ad1's it's your move.
Knight
It looks
g5.
like it. Rook
Yeah,
ad1
and
keep pressure on d6.
Knight
Play
g5
knight
is a
g5.
good move.
But why? Right. So you've got
Forces
enough
the queen
pressure
to
on,
move.
but you've got enough pressure on d6. So
Yeah, but
can you
where's
take?
white's opening? That's the point. Where's white's opening here?
Can you just take it?
You can take it, yeah. But this pawn is hard to recapture.
I guess the problem is you can't play like queen g4 to go after it, because then just queen e5.
Yeah, and if you ever do, bishop e7 defends the pawn and the d6 square simultaneously.
There's no kind of h6 idea. Maybe you have... Yeah, and if you go like bishop f3 to go king g2 and rook h1...
Well, hold on, h6 is not terrible.
No, it's got to be bad, right? You just take it.
It's only need 0.2 to black.
Yeah, it feels like white's just not quick enough here, though.
No, I would go like king h2 and rook h1.
King h2. No, king h2 they get d6. It's too slow. But then in any line here they get d6, right?
Yeah.
So if instead of h6 you play something like bishop f3, trying to go king g2, rook h1, again they have d6, and it's all too slow.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why you can't take the knight.
It's interesting though, to be honest. This h6 idea is...
Yeah.
It's not better for white, but it's not clear. Definitely
So
easier for black to play though.
I guess that's why you can't take the knight. So what do you do with a queen after knight g5 if you can't take the knight? You have to move the queen, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably want to keep an eye on the c4 pawn. So queen e2.
Queen e2, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and the knight is on g5, but it's not really got any prospects.
And then I guess after queen e2 you just play chess.
That's very true. You do just play chess.
Got to play chess.
So yeah, again, I think this further supports that h5 is the way to play it, because you don't even really mind if knight h5 gets played.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, h5 is screaming to be played here.
Yeah. But I mean, we have a far more interesting game in
Okay.
in Hikaru Alireza.
Oh.
It's
Popping
getting to the
off.
fun stuff.
Okay.
So we got d4, which I said, yeah, it's the most natural.
Yeah, you were right.
And we
Right.
got knight b5.
Okay. Did we calculate this?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. What was the follow-up to this?
d3.
No, for white though. Oh, sorry, for black. Yeah.
And
D3.
now,
Hi Zach.
so
Slay the day away.
in the line where a3 wasn't included, so a couple of moves before this, when this was also possible, rook c5 here worked. But
Mm.
so play rook c5 here.
But this is the whole point of rook e8, wasn't it?
This is the whole point of rook e8. So now you have d takes e2, rook e1, and knight d3 works here. So you play knight d3, rook f5, and
This is explosions.
is it? What is it here? Okay, so the immediate move you think of is rook e1. Takes. No, if this can't be it. It's not definitive enough. It's not.
After d3. After d3, do you not just have bishop d1?
d3, bishop d1. Yeah.
And the knight's hanging, the bishop's hanging.
So. Yeah.
Maybe c6 or a6.
Yeah, but
I think a6. No, not a6, because then knight c7. Yeah, wow, the white's got so many threats here. How is white not just winning? After bishop d1. What would you play as black? Rook e2?
after bishop d1.
Yeah, or knight f2.
No,
Or
rook
knight-
e2. Rook e2 can't work.
I don't know, I'm just looking for crazy. Knight c2 maybe?
No, I want to try rook e2 now.
Okay, let's do rook e2.
You've piqued my interest. Okay, how is that not losing? How is that not losing? Computer says no. How is that
This
not
is
losing?
so interesting.
Okay, take it immediately. Take it. Just take it.
That's just a piece.
You've got to be the move. And you got to take it.
Yeah. Rook e1.
No, rook e1. There's queen d2, bishop d2, bishop f2 check.
Wait, rook e1. Queen
So
d2.
queen trade. And whatever you take with, there's bishop f2.
Hmm.
So that
So
can't
trade
be
the queens first. Queen d8. Rook d8. Rook e1. Uh-oh, it does not like this either. Just knight f2. Or bishop f2.
Yeah, bishop f2.
Okay. So what is the move?
Do you just take the pawn with a queen?
Yeah.
And
I don't think it's the best move, but it works.
Again, you can't put the knight anywhere. Really? Well, I mean, you can
But
put it
now
on
you got the
d3.
d5.
Actually, you can play knight. You can play knight d3, right?
Doesn't like it, but yeah.
Why doesn't it like it?
I don't know. Knight c7.
Knight c7.
No, that can't be
No,
right.
because knight f4 comes with a tempo on the queen.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe bishop c7.
Bishop c7. No, bishop c7. You have knight c1, and it comes with a tempo on queen e2 check.
Mm. Oh, do you not just have rook c d1? No.
Rook c d1.
Pin the knight to the queen.
Then something takes
on
f2.
f2, yeah.
Probably gf2, right? Oh.
Not gf2. Probably bishop f2. No, probably this one. Not wow. Nothing takes on f2.
I have no idea.
Rook b8.
Rook b8.
No.
Oh, no, because you just bishop
Yeah.
takes c7.
This is
No,
crazy, crazy tactical, crazy complicated. We're gonna see fireworks here.
if it's not, I mean, if it's not knight gf2 here, that's
I just
the most
saw,
natural move. I have no
I just
idea.
saw, I just saw the speed camera outside my house flash somebody.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is in this position. No clue.
Is d3 the only move? D3 is not even the best move. According to Engine.
No, it is.
Is it?
It's got to be. I mean, what else do you play?
Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, d3 is the best move. I lied.
I mean, you could try rook e2, right?
Yeah,
And then-
rook e2 is not good. Rook e2 is not good.
But why is it not good? Say rook e2, queen e2.
I'm pretty sure we looked at this already.
We looked at something similar. And then d3.
What was it, knight d3?
No, just d3. And then queen d2 back. What's the diagnosis, Doc?
The diagnosis
The diagnosis is your knight's still hanging,
and the bishop.
and you've just given up the exchange.
Yeah. For nothing.
Okay, that's why rook e2 doesn't work.
Yeah. So d3 is the only move. I mean, Ali Reza must be looking at rook e2 right now, though, because otherwise he would have played d3. It's basically d3 is the only move here.
Yeah.
But Ali Reza is fighting hard here.
Well, even if you're only looking at d3, you want to make sure it works.
Yeah.
But I think this could go horribly wrong for either of them. Like,
Yeah.
if Alireza plays d3, and Hikaru thinks that rook c5 is, like, winning, it's not. I don't know why.
This is insanely complicated, and we've got engines. So how do you reckon they're feeling?
So go down this line: d3, rook c5, d takes e2, rook e1, knight d3, and rook f5. Why is black okay here? Because
Knight takes e1.
Yeah, we looked at this and it looked too slow. Just knight e1 back.
Well,
and
no. Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, actually, you're equal material, but maybe. Okay, so swap the queens. And I guess the most natural move is rook ad8. Why is this okay? I mean, I suppose you can play...
Take the c7 pawn.
No, bishop's hanging.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose you can play bishop c3 because rook d1 isn't scary because the bishop keeps an eye on the knight, right?
Yeah.
So you can play bishop c3.
And now the c7 pawn's hanging.
So you play c6.
And then rook g5.
Rook g5, maybe you get hit with f6.
Yeah, it's a knight.
Oh no, you just take the knight, yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Oh, ouch. So not c6.
Rook d7 or rook e7.
Rook d7, you just get hit with rook g5 again.
Yeah, this is why it's so strong, isn't it?
So how do you avoid rook g5?
Whilst defending c7 simultaneously.
Maybe you have to go for rook d1 because it distracts the bishop from this
Yeah, no,
g5.
rook d1 only move.
Okay.
Gotta be.
And then surely you have to play h3 or f3 to kick the knight.
Why would you do that? Why
Well,
not
because you want to try and target the passed pawn. Because if you get this passed pawn off the board, you're winning.
What about rook
And
g5 though?
okay, rook g5. Yeah, why not rook g5?
Knight f6. Oh, no, but then
Knight
bishop.
f6.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah, you can't take it.
yeah, you can't take it.
Wow, that's a
'Cause
nice tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but then knight takes c7. No, still no knight c7.
C7. Oh, knight c7, rook c8, right?
Yeah,
And
because then you're
after
removing the
rook c8,
bishop. Yeah.
yeah.
Tricky,
Well, no,
tricky.
put this on the board for the people in chat. After knight c7, rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
Say you play knight b5, rook c3, and you shake hands.
Yeah. How can you hang on? You just lost the piece. Just go f3 or h3 or something.
Yeah, f3, but then rook c1. Or rook e1 even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over. Okay, but let's go back to ages ago because I don't know if all of these moves are best. d3 best, but is rook c5 best?
No, bishop d1 for sure.
Bishop d1 is best. You think?
Because, well, yeah, because this rook c5 allows knight d3, rook f5. Wait, so why is so go down this line again?
Which one? This one?
Yeah, and then takes rook e1, knight d3, rook f5.
And maybe rook f5 is where you're messing it up. Because we're plus 1.6. It's super logical to take this.
No, there's nothing other than rook f5. I mean, you can't.
No, I agree.
Can you take the e2 pawn? No, you can't take the e2 pawn because just takes, and you take the rook on the c5. The rook is hanging.
Yeah.
So you have to play rook f5, right? There's no other move. Do you want to have a look at the lines? See if they're right?
Rook c7.
Okay, rook c7.
Yeah, rook f5's only move. You are correct.
Rook c7, you just play knight e1, right?
It's turned off.
And then knight e1, you go for a queen trade, and it's a similar kind of idea. Rook a d8, bishop c3, as we saw on the other line. Then rook a d1. But here you do have f3.
It's the same thing, but
no. The idea here is pretty nasty. It's knight e5, and if you don't take it, it's just knight d3, and
yeah,
it stops the king from getting to f2, and it teams up on the knight.
Take this.
Oh, take it. Oh no, then take on e1 intermezzo.
Oh, you can't play this. Yeah, e1 first. Yeah, you're right.
And then you play what? Rook b1, so that if they take, oh no, you can't take with the king because you would take the bishop with check. Yeah, no, this looks nasty. Anyway, we'll see what.
So lots of potential pitfalls for both. D3 is on the board. Okay, and he spent.
But Hikaru's got a half an hour advantage here.
Yeah, he spent 20 minutes on D3.
He'll have been calculating D3 because he played knight b5, right?
Yeah.
So he yeah. I mean, there's something after rook f5 that makes this bad for white, but I can't see it. I don't know if it's like g6, just kicking the rook, because no, I have no idea. Um, yeah, so at the end of this line after rook f5, can you just kick the rook out?
Zach asked what's Ollie's rating. Grandmaster, mate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't look me up in FIDE.
Well, they don't know your
Don't look
name.
me up in FIDE.
Ollie's about 2100chess.com. Best. Beast. Let's go. You're a
Well,
beast,
not
bro.
recently. I tanked like 100 points over last week, but I have been doing my diss. So
Yeah.
okay, so at the end of this line, with like rook f5, so takes rook e1. No, rook e1 here,
Yeah, Ricky won.
and wait, what was the move we agreed on here? I forgot.
I don't think this is the same line. Oh, knight d3.
Knight d3 and then rook f5. There's a reason why this isn't so good for white.
Yeah. Where did it go wrong?
Can you just... Well, no, after rook f5. Can you just...
Sorry.
No, not here. Yeah.
Ricky won, knight d3. Rook f5.
Can you just kick it with g6?
g6. Yeah, where's this knight? Where's this rook going?
Yeah. That's my thought. Like, where do you actually put it?
Rook g5. Rook g5 is the only square.
Rook g5?
Yeah.
But then, can you take on e1 with the knight now? Because that rook is a bit useless on g5. Then knight e1, trade queens like the other line. And then I think here the difference is
Knight f6.
like, well, no, I think you just a bit more positionally, funnily enough, for this position, you just lock it away with f5.
That's... Yeah, that is...
And yeah, sure, your bishop is going to be a monster on c3, but look at that rook on g5.
Yeah,
that is the saddest rook I've ever seen.
Got king g7, h6 ideas.
Well, not king g7 because you get hit with bishop c3 check.
King f7.
Yeah. So you're probably forced to play, say, bishop c3.
Why is this not a threat? Oh, because of the whole rook d1, right?
So after knight c7, yeah, you just play rook ed8, and then if you take on a8, take on d2. I mean, you have to play f3 here to create the lift on f2, right?
We still go rook d1 though, right? Or just
no, because you just take.
Or just go rook d7.
King f2.
Oh yeah, because the knight's hanging. Yeah, so knight e3. Where's this knight going?
Oof.
This knight's under attack.
Oh, you don't even move the knight.
Yeah, because you're up.
Well, no, you know your
piece.
idea earlier.
Which one?
Well,
I have lots of ideas, Ollie.
They don't have bishop c3 check on king g7 now, so you can play king g7 and just go for h6.
Oh wow.
So takes,
And h6.
and now h6. That's the James. That's the James calculation right there.
Okay, but apparently the engine still likes white here, so
Yeah, for what reason though? Like, what?
up 6
Why?
points of material.
Yeah, but you're losing a rook,
Yeah, I know.
and your knight's on a1, a8.
This
sorry.
is insane. How is white winning? How is white
Okay.
winning here?
Okay, so say you give up a rook, you play a desperado, you play rook f5, right? G takes f5, and then G takes f5. Can you not just take on b2?
No.
Why not?
Engine
let
says
him take.
no. And just
No, I refuse to believe this is a lost position.
I agree. Like the knight looks totally passive. Both knights
Oh.
look totally passive.
What's the move there? Okay, what about
A4. No, so there is a move here. King f2. Knight c7.
yeah, but king f2 isn't threatening anything. Okay, knight c7, sure. But after knight c7, I can just play like king f6 and just pick up that f5 pawn.
Or rook a2. Or rook a2, the knight can defend it.
Yeah, but you're never really threatening to actually go after that a3 pawn because king f2 and your e2 pawn drops.
Yeah.
No, this endgame can't be lost.
Yeah, it must be the pawn majority on the king side.
See that.
I mean, you're not losing this pawn, but you're never keeping the pawn. So that's the whole point.
Anyway, yeah, we've gone down a bit of a rabbit hole again.
Well, I can kind of see why white's winning, because this rook is actually kind of stuck the moment the king comes up.
Yeah, I mean, but the f5 pawn is falling, and the a3 pawn can fall if you give up the e2 pawn. So then, I don't know.
Takes. Now what?
Yeah, sure, white's the only one pressing, but I don't think this is lost. Like,
Knight here, so take care.
okay, put 95 on the board.
A5. This is a massive rabbit hole. But I love this.
I mean, while Hikaru calculates rook c5 and bishop d1, we may as well check in on the other games.
Have some fun. Yeah.
Okay, so Vidit Caruana is still a snooze fest. There's been a queen train.
What's changed?
There's been a
so it did change.
Nepo Prague.
Yeah, so this is boring. Okay.
Gukesh Abasov has some life.
Queen trade. Okay, well, there's been quite a lot of moves there. He did play b6. We said he couldn't play b6.
Yeah, when the queen was on e2, but now the queen's on d2, so there's no threat of queen a6 check.
Oh, so he came to threaten the queen trade and he said no. Yeah, now they do trade queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was boring.
Yeah. And then Vidit Fabi is pretty boring, so yeah, let's go to Abasov. Gukesh.
Okay, so the rooks have now doubled on the b file.
So h5 happened, like we said.
Yes.
That was the most natural move.
And b5.
b5.
Yeah, that's a nice move. I'm surprised we didn't even look at b5, to be honest.
It feels like you want to keep the pawns doubled, though. Like, instinctively, you want to
keep
the
agree.
pawns doubled so you can target them.
Yeah, it feels like you're relinquishing white's only weakness in the position.
Yeah, so then you think, what do you gain for it? Like, and you gain the file. You gain the only open file. Like, white has a semi-open file with the d file, but now you have the only open file on the b file.
Rook b2 ideas coming.
Yeah, and the knight on f8 holds the d7 pawn.
Yeah, this is interesting.
I have no idea what's going on here, I'm going to be honest.
Well, Gukesh, big time advantage.
Okay, crazy idea, hear me out. Bishop d3.
Bishop d3. Yeah.
Rook b2. Bishop c2.
What's the point of bishop c2?
Because if you play rook takes a2, I can play rook takes d7. Okay, no, I can't. Okay, knight f7, queen h7 check.
Hold on.
King f8.
I'm at bishop c2.
Okay, take on a2.
Mm-hmm.
Now take on d7.
Yeah, I see the idea.
And then,
he can just take.
And then queen h7 check and king f8. And queen h8 check. Yeah, king e7 and then...
King gets away.
Yeah, but I guess... Okay, but why does this not work? So, queen g7. Rook c2.
Sacrifice more. Queen f.
And then...
Oh, no.
Rook takes d7.
Yeah.
If you play queen takes, I thought there was some repetition here. Right? Oh no, bishop on... The bishop blocks on f8. I missed that.
Repetition.
But you can also...
What's the repetition? Oh, queen f6.
Well, it was queen f6, queen h8, but the bishop blocks on f8.
Yeah.
But you can also actually, after rook d7, just take with the king.
Yeah.
And after queen f7, just block it with the bishop. Yeah. And that's much easier.
And you're down about 1 million points of material, and the attack has well and truly fizzled out.
That's my day ruined. My fun idea didn't work.
Yeah. Less fun ideas, please, Oliver.
Yeah. Okay, serious ideas only.
No, I think bishop d3 was good, and then rook b2. But you got to hold on. You got to hold on to that pawn. Can you play a4? No, a bit pointless. Actually, a4. a4 and try and get bishop b5. Disconnect the rooks. Is that an idea?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. What a brilliant idea.
No, I like that.
You don't get to 1400 without seeing a couple of a4s in your lifetime.
Quote of the day.
Oh, yeah. Don't mind me, guys. I just found a move that's still losing, but not too bad.
Okay, how about this? After rook b2... sorry, I know we said no crazy ideas.
Rook d2?
No, after rook b2.
Yeah, go
on. Bishop h6.
Bishop h6.
Now it's got to be losing, but why? So
Takes.
You take
it. Queen g4. Queen g4.
Queen g4.
Yeah.
Now king h8 only move. And now queen f4. And this seems a bit scary.
I agree. Maybe just knight h7 though.
Knight h7 falls to bishop h7. And if you play king h7, then there's queen f7 check. And if you don't, I mean, say you trade rooks, and then I don't know, play like.
Okay, so what do you do instead of knight h7? It's a good question. If you can survive checkmate,
My
then you're winning.
my instinct is queen d8.
Queen d8.
Because
Or
after
queen
queen h6, king g8, there's no queen g5 check.
Mm.
But apparently white has something here, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I think it's just even. Apparently.
You know, a position like this isn't just
Oh,
even.
a
Like,
move's been played.
in what? Oh,
This game.
a4. It's for
A4.
James Meadows.
It's the James Meadows classic. But he played that move early, didn't he?
This is
He played bishop d3 first.
1400s have never rejoiced so much.
Hold on, I need to refresh this game. Okay, this game's just like bugged to hell. It's fine.
Get this man James in the candidates.
Yeah.
This is what we need to see. That's a
wow.
mature move.
Fast rook b3. Well, a4 is just so natural if you're a grandmaster, isn't it?
Also, another thing we have to take into account is Abasov has 28 minutes for 16 moves.
Yes.
No
it's
increment.
Not a long time, is it?
No, it is not. And he is on the back foot.
Yes.
And
Gukesh is pressing hard. He played that move in about a minute.
And Jan is gonna draw this unless Prague like is hospitalized.
Okay, bishop takes on Prague.
So
from Prague.
Gukesh could like catch Jan here if he squeezes out Abasov. And then that could make tomorrow really interesting.
Wait, how much is Gukesh on? 6.5, yeah.
That could make tomorrow really interesting because then Nepo would have to play for a win against Hikaru instead of just making a draw.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Okay, it does look like we're basically heading for a draw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, Nepo Prague was going to be lifeless from like 50 minutes ago, you know.
I mean, I wonder if either of them will try and push it forward. They've still got a lot of time, so I don't think they're just gonna. They're not just gonna draw immediately. It's
an identical pawn structure. They've both got 2 rooks and a knight. Their kings are equally inactive on opposite squares. I see nothing.
They'll play it out.
Yeah, there's no way the knights can infiltrate either. I mean, Prague's knight can't go forward. Nepo's knight can't go forward. I mean, even if Nepo relocates knight d2, knight f3, he can't jump into the e5 square. I mean, knight d6 is natural from Prague, but knight d2 here, and what are you doing?
Knight c4. No, not this. Okay, they're playing fast now.
No, knight d2, and then you grab the file. Right?
What, rook e1?
No, like,
well, he's
no,
played knight d2, so
I guess you just grab the file, like
rook h e8, or would you probably probably d rook?
Yeah, I think that h5 pawn is a bit juicy, so probably d rook. And then like king d1 has to be played here.
Do you know, even more interesting, if Prague can squeeze something out of this, then
king d1 has to be played here. You can't allow black to have a file, so you have to play king d1 and rook e1. So I guess with Prague you threaten doubling up. So you play, I don't know, rook e7 here. Rook e1. And then
you do double up.
Yeah, you double up. Takes. And I guess the only play, so you have to keep this knight here to stop knight c4 or knight e4 or whatever, right? So the only play.
Why is knight c4 even good?
So after rook e7, so let's say there's some like nonsense move, I don't know, rook f3. Let's play knight c. Oh no, knight c4 isn't good there. I think in the future, like it might be a bit pesky in some endgames.
Yeah, I mean, keeping
Say,
the knight on d6 is a nice square for it.
say your king wanders over to the queen side, and it's just and you play like knight f1. If you get the, like this knight c4, you kick it out with b3. Then there's knight d2, and the b3 pawn is weak, and I don't know. It feels like the knight on d6 has potential, and the knight on d2 locks it off. So maybe after rookie in this position here, if you don't want to move the knight, you can't move the king, because if you go back to the c file, there's rook e2.
Yeah, I mean, just rook f3. Rook f3 actually looks like a good move.
Yeah, but what does it do?
So you can go rook e3.
Yeah, I suppose. So king d7. Rook e3.
Oh, it really doesn't like this.
Oh yeah, takes and knight f5.
Yeah, let's not do that. So what is the correct plan here with white then?
My guess is like you just try and break out with g4. Because if takes, then takes and you're pressuring the g7 pawn.
Yeah.
And if you don't take, well then thank you very much for the pawn. And I'm going to play rook g4 and pressure your g pawn anyway.
Yeah, g4 is... Oh, Jan will find g4 if it gets to that.
Yeah, and if it gets to that, and Jan will find g4, and they'll shake hands shortly after.
Oh, we've got rook e8 and and king d1, by the way, on the board.
Yeah. I mean, Jan can't give Prague control of the file.
Yeah.
So, rook e7 or rook e6 is going to happen here. Then rook e1, and either he's going to take and then play rook e8 check, or he's just going to double up and takes. But either way, one set of rooks is coming off the board here.
Yeah.
And then g4 will happen.
Let's go to... Oh, Hikaru Alireza, knight d3 is on the board.
Yeah. Oh, he went down rook takes c5.
Yeah.
No way. Yeah, and it says it's a miss. Yeah, bishop d1. The James move.
Was bishop d1 best?
Yeah, Hikaru's got nothing on James.
Bishop d1 best. Holy shit, I can't believe that. That is insane.
Hikaru needs James's card. Fly this man out to Toronto.
He literally doesn't care though, so... Oh, we got loads of moves on the board, hold on.
Okay.
Rook takes f5, yeah, forced. Okay, so this
is the line we calculated.
Yeah, and we saw loads of shit going on here, so...
So what I wanted here, I was wondering if g6 was okay. But we've spent like a solid 20 minutes looking at this exact position.
Yeah.
So, do you want to, for one
time,
just like put the engine on, just see what's going on here?
So queen d7 only move, and g6 is second best.
Okay, so why is queen d7 a thing?
What was g6? What did we look at with g6? Look how much analysis. Look how much analysis we've got in this.
Oh, it was rook g5, knight e1, queen d2, bishop d2, and then f5, and you lock the rook out.
Right, yeah.
And it was this line, yeah.
Which somehow still in the end game is winning for white.
I'm not sure winning, but better. Yeah. I think it's holdable.
Okay. So queen d7 only moved. Did we even look at queen d7?
No, I didn't look at this.
You did?
No, I didn't. No.
Oh. So it attacks the rook.
I don't know why this is good.
Attacks the rook and brings the other, creates space for the other rook for d8.
But what, you can just play
Well, rook g5 is best move apparently.
Oh, we played knight e1 already.
Oh, he played knight e1.
So I guess we'll never know.
Oh, knight e1, no. Alireza. I mean, to be fair, knight e1 was what we were looking at, wasn't it?
Queen e1 is way too passive here, so you have to play knight e1. Surely.
Yeah, and then they trade.
Trade.
So bishop takes d2, then what does black play? Rook a to d8?
Yeah, rook a to d8.
Yeah, we looked at this before, didn't we?
Yeah, we have looked at this position. Then bishop c3, we said. To set up this rook g5 idea.
Rook d1.
Rook d1. Rook g5 anyway. And then this knight f6.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I think this is very, very possible that we'll see this on the board, and I think Hikaru will win this. F3 and king f2.
Yeah. F3. Then you... I mean, what do you play here?
Yeah, exactly. It's so...
The c7 pawn is hanging, white is threatening just king f2, and your position is pointless. And the f3 pawn doesn't just create this luft on f2.
Yeah, it stops the knight's mobility completely.
Yeah, the knight is completely immobile.
God, we think so alike.
Yeah. So I guess...
The knight is also already immobile because of this bishop and rook combo on the g7 pawn.
I mean, the a7 pawn is hanging, but you never want to take that because your knight is far better closer to the center of the board.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, maybe you have some ideas after king f2 of just playing knight d4 and just picking up the pawn.
You don't think taking the c7 pawn?
So I think black has to play something here to stop king f2, knight d4. Now, for me, that can't be c6 because knight d4.
Wait, is there some like rook e3?
Wait. Let's just look at c6 quickly, because c6, knight d4.
But you don't want to play c6 because they want to play knight d4 anyway.
Yeah, but then you think you have c5 because they can't immediately pick up the pawn. But then c5. Oh no, rook c5. Sorry. Yeah, no. I'm tripping.
Okay, we do have knight takes e1 on the board.
Yeah.
So we should see the queen trade.
Yeah, we should see this whole line.
What, is there any other move than queen takes?
You can try queen h4, but just bishop g3, and go home.
Yeah, and rook f4 coming.
Well, even like after bishop g3, you can just say like queen e7. You can just play knight c7.
Yeah. Yeah, so queen trade is forced.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will see queen takes, bishop takes. And then rook a to d8, probably.
Yeah, must do.
Is that the best move, rook a to d8? Yeah, or rook e5. Rook e5, wow. That's a difficult move to see. Oh, well, I guess it's forcing the rook trade. Oh, well, actually, no, rook e5 is actually nice because you're attacking the knight and you're attacking the rook.
So, takes?
Takes, knight takes. And I guess the whole point is you stop the rook and the bishop coordinating on the g7 square.
But do you have f3 here?
But do you have knight c7?
Knight c3. Or knight c3.
Knight c3. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh no,
Ooh.
you don't.
Oof.
That's bad.
No, because rook d8.
Rook d8. Okay, yeah. So knight. Oh no, just f3. Just f3.
Well, what about knight takes c7? Oh.
No, I think that forces a rook to get active.
Oh, do you have bishop c3?
Bishop c3. And then
Knight c4.
Yeah, and after knight c4, you just play knight d4, rook e8, f3. Right. Yeah, and white is comfortable here.
Absolutely.
So while they go down this queen d2, bishop d2 line, should we quickly check in on I mean, uh, Nepo in Prague is
Refresh the page.
looking like a snooze fest. Gukesh is in the tank, and he has been since Najat played Rook d3. There's nothing new there really. Should we have a look at Fabi Vidit, because I'm not sure what Vidit's doing. He's bugging out a bit.
Yeah, and then let's have a look at the Gukesh game, because I think that will hopefully have some development and become interesting.
Okay.
That's C3 weakness.
So the last time we looked at this, we had bishop e3, queen e3.
Yeah.
And then
we had rook d8, and we had queen c5, but we didn't really look at it.
Okay, I don't understand h6. Maybe it prevents like
knight g5 or something.
Yeah, some future. Oh yeah, well, knight g5 traps the bishop, and you have to trade it for the knight.
Yeah.
Okay, b3 finally defending the pawn. Queen c7. Don't really understand that. I guess it kind of glues either the queen or the rook to the defense of the a5 pawn.
Queen c7 feels like a step back.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't feel very...
Maybe he wants to play rook d2 at some point, but the knight is just defending that.
Yeah. And then we had rook e1.
I mean, this is a very tricky position to make any progress.
And after rook e1, we had king f8. And apparently there was something here.
Well, he played rook e3.
But rook e3 wasn't the best. Why wasn't it best?
Knight d4?
Knight d4. Do you have bishop c8? And then...
b4?
But what are you doing with b4?
b5?
I mean, I guess you free up the queen. It doesn't have to defend a5 anymore. But then queen d6, and it looks like you have to trade.
Yeah, knight d4 is a killer move, man. Engine loves it.
Yeah, so after knight
just
d4,
it's just a much more active square for the knight.
Yeah, but after knight d4, bishop c8, b4, queen d6, don't you have to trade the queens? Because otherwise his knight falls.
Queen b6?
No, you just take on d4.
Yeah.
I mean, the only other option is, well, you have to trade the queens. It's just on which terms you do it. So either you take, you play knight b3, or you play rook d1. Those are the only moves. I mean, you can play another knight move, but then these double pawns are not nice.
Knight f5? No, just terrible.
No, it drops a knight. I mean, my instinct would probably be... I'd probably take on d6, because after rook d1, queen c5...
So? Oh, after rook d1. Yeah.
Oh my god, you're not gonna... Oh my god. Rook d1, queen c5, there's knight e6 check. Oh my god.
Oh wow. That's crazy.
I didn't even see that until I put queen c5 on the board.
So what's the way of Wait, does rook d1 stop the queen trade then?
Yeah, you can't trade queen to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wow. So this is the plan then, knight d4. Well, this isn't the plan anymore because he's not played it. Maybe this is why he didn't go for it though, because he saw the queen trade.
But it just feels, I mean, there's not anything particularly weak in Vidit's position, but it feels like he's kind of passive here. Like only Fabi is playing this for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Vidit feels very much on the back foot, and Fabi's pieces are more active.
This could be a slow grind for the next 14 moves. I mean, there, time control is coming up, so it's gonna get feisty.
So I wonder what the logic for rook e3 was.
Couldn't tell you if you put a gun to my head. No idea.
Why would he play rook e3? Oh, it's a rook left maybe?
Rook left where?
To g3.
But then you got to move the knight somewhere.
Yeah. So maybe he did want knight d4, but he wanted rook e3 first because he liked some sort of line where the rook was able to come to f3 or g3.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, that's the only logical thing there really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we have a look at Gukesh?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's not been much progress since a4, but we didn't really look at this much.
Well, Gukesh has been in the tank for
Oh, he's played a move. He's played rook e3.
after 15 minutes.
Yeah, wow.
Um,
It's gonna get It's gonna get feisty on this board soon.
Yeah, that was like over a quarter of his remaining time on one of 16 moves. But I think he probably found the best move. Like, it's going to be really tough to hang on to that a4 pawn.
Yeah, it's not being threatened right now. The queen defends it.
Yeah, but
soon queen a5.
So white plays some nonsense move like king g2.
Yeah.
Queen a5 and it falls.
Yeah.
So white cannot waste a single tempo here.
Yeah.
Nijat has to be super precise.
So I think he might just have to give the pawn up for some sort of play. Counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jan could be in some real trouble here because his game is a draw if I've ever seen a draw, right?
Yeah. Totally.
The two guys.
Wow, Prague is super in the tank, by the way.
The two guys half a point behind him both look to have really nice positions. Hikaru is like borderline winning, and
Prague played king. Prague played king c6.
I don't know what that is. I mean, I guess he wants b5. That's the only reason.
Yeah, Prague is not giving up here. Good on Prague.
I mean, it's very clear what he wants to play here. You play b5.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, you were saying Hikaru is basically borderline winning.
Yeah,
provided he finds the right ideas, which he should do.
Firouzja has a minute per move now.
Yeah, and I don't know what he's even thinking about here. The queens have to come off.
Well, I guess he's calculating queen h4, but it doesn't work.
Okay, well, queen h4 and actually queen h4 is not much worse than queen takes d2.
Well,
at low depth.
I mean, queen h4, you just play bishop g3 and you go back, maybe, or you play queen e7. But after queen e7, you just take on c7. Like, it's just way too slow.
Yeah, but I don't think Firouzja wants to trade off the queen.
Yeah.
He really wants to create something here.
Well, because he's probably calculated the queen trading off endgame, and he's like, well,
this is losing anyway.
Firstly, I'm boring. Firstly, it's boring, and secondly, it's worse.
Yeah, Firouzja does not play chess like that.
He's got to try and complicate things, but Hikaru's got double his time, and Hikaru is very good at complications.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think Farouja's going to lose. Um, and Gukesh, I mean, Abasov has like 20 minutes for 15 moves, and he's worse. So the two
What
guys,
even is the move here for Abasov, by the way?
I'll turn on my engine. Apparently, it's Bishop C1.
I was just looking at Bishop. I literally was looking at Bishop C1 there. Kid you not.
But I mean, for what purpose? Rook A1, and then you just go back. Takes, Rook B2. I mean, this still looks incredibly unpleasant for white.
No, maybe C4. No.
Like, this is... It's not just unpleasant, it's an incredibly unnatural position for white. Like,
Yeah.
none of these moves feel good.
I thought A4 was great, but never mind.
Okay, Rook F3.
F3.
Is he trying to attack?
I think he is. No, which is
That's not
exactly.
gonna work.
But it's
That's not
exactly
gonna work.
that's exactly what I said though. You either have to.
Yeah, but you can just trade off for queens here with Queen C6.
That's Queen 6.
Queen C6. If you go Queen E2, then the pawn on A4 falls. So you have to trade the queens.
Mm. And then play what?
Well, it will be white to move. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's white to move, and
There's no
for
way
whatever
to
reason-
defend the pawn.
yeah, and for some reason you have a pawn on F3. A Lithuanian is asking us if we get ad break, like the pro commentators.
We don't. I went for a toilet break earlier.
But like, yeah, I mean, this rook on F3 is...
We're better than the pro commentators.
Yeah, David Howell, eat your heart out.
Yeah.
No, I love you, David Howell. Sorry. Yeah, and after Queen C6 takes. I mean, yeah, it's your move, but you have a rook on F3. Like, and
how do you
like,
defend the A4 pawn?
yeah,
You have to
don't.
give it up.
Yeah, and you're also low on time.
Maybe
because
Bishop
you have
E3.
Okay, so here takes Bishop E3.
To create space for the F.
No, but then
F1.
just rook takes C3.
Mm.
And then after takes, you just have... You're not just up a pawn, it's a pass pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, the only consolation is that the knight is on F8. And that you've got the d-file. That's it. So there's no easy way to develop this knight. It has to come through H7 and G5. I guess.
We have a move. Queen C6.
Yeah. I think Gukesh is going to take this one home.
Yeah. And he trades immediately.
Yeah.
So I wonder what his continuation here is, though.
19 minutes on the clock. Abasov is not holding this.
Okay, that's the prediction here.
Here's what I'm saying. Gukesh wins. Hikaru wins. And the Vidit and Nepo games are draws.
I think Fabi could push for a win.
Fabi's been too mentally unstable to push for the win. Just to be blunt, I mean, like, he has been all over the place this tournament. On another note, the exact line we've been calculating has appeared in Hikaru Alireza.
Yeah.
And Hikaru is just like blitzing this out.
Yeah,
He's
Bishop
calculating all
C3.
of this. Yeah, Alireza's losing this.
Hikaru literally doesn't care. He plays Bishop C3.
And the thing is, like, Alireza could so easily miss like Rook G5 tactics as well.
I mean, he'll see it now.
Yeah, but he's going to have to spend more time calculating.
But
And
is
they've
there
got-
any pitfalls at
16
Hikaru?
They've got 16 more moves to play here. And
Yeah.
Alireza's got 16 minutes.
And Hikaru's not looking like he's slowing down.
No. And I mean, after Rook D1, the move is obvious. You play F3 immediately. Rook d1 played, and now
Yeah.
f3 straight away. Hikaru won't even think for a minute here.
What? There's no other movers there.
Well, there are other moves, but like you want that knight out of there.
I mean, would he play Rook G5?
No, Rook G5. There's this. I think you might have H5, and then after F3. Oh no, not H5. What am I on about? That just drops them. No, for some reason I thought the Rook was on the other side of the knight. No, that's nonsense.
Knight F6.
Knight F6,
And then F3. I mean, we talked about this in the A line earlier as well.
Yeah, but I think F3. Oh no, F3 is actually no. We might see Rook G5 because F3 is pretty. You have to calculate this. F3, knight E3, knight C7, and then knight F5, knight E8, and you've got to make sure your knight isn't trapped.
Also, the tie. The tie, Zach, is I mean, this is a very professional commentary we're doing here, so I got dressed up.
Very professional.
Very professional.
I mean, I'm definitely not in a t-shirt and joggers. No, I'm in a full suit. Full suit. You gotta wear a full suit.
You got me Donald Trump for the rest of the stream.
No, but in this position, does black have?
I don't know. I'm not talking to Ollie anymore. I'm talking to Donald Trump.
Rook d7 is the best move in the whole world. Let me get my best people on this. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean.
Looks pretty scary for white here. Like, how do you get that knight out? I guess you play like.
Well, how do you attack it?
Bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4.
Yeah, and I mean, you play g4 and then you play knight d6. I imagine.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's still pretty scary. The f3 is on the board, so we're probably going to see something similar to this.
Okay.
And
Ali Reza, 15 minutes to go. 15 moves, 15 minutes.
Who do we think?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I think we're going to have a three-way tie for first after this game. Gukesh, Hikaru, and Jan all on the same score.
Goodness me.
And then to make
what happens when it's a tiebreaker?
I can't remember. I think they play rapid.
Oh, Gukesh has captured the pawn on a4, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be super tough to hold.
Yeah, but Najat found the best move.
Yeah, I mean, if Hikaru wins and Jan draws, we go into tomorrow and they're on the same score, and Jan has the white pieces.
Yes.
I mean, does Jan go for a quick draw and try and win it in the last round?
Against who?
I don't know. I'll have to check.
I think the last round's really pivotal here.
Who do they have in the last round? Or Hikaru has white against Gukesh in the last round, and Gukesh could also be on the same score.
Okay, so in that case, I think...
And Nepo has black against Fabiano. Which could be a rough one.
Wait, when?
Final round.
Wait, Hikaru or Nepo has?
Nepo has black against Fabiano. So Nepo has to go for a win against Hikaru if Hikaru wins today. Which is probably pressure he didn't want on him.
So Nepo's playing Hikaru tomorrow, and then...
Fabi in the
last round.
That's a rough finish.
And then who's Hikaru playing?
he's playing Nepo tomorrow, and
Nepo.
then he's got white against Gukesh in the last round.
Okay, it's
And
Gukesh.
if Gukesh wins today, he could also join the leaders.
Yeah,
So all of the leaders are playing each other in the last 2 rounds.
that's
It's a
gonna
good
be
finish.
yeah
Much more
exciting.
exciting than the last two candidates.
I think Nepo will win it. That's my prediction. There you go. You heard it here first.
You know what? I think Hikaru's winning it. You heard it here
Hikaru.
first. I think Nepo and Hikaru draw, and Fabi and Nepo draw in the last round, and Hikaru beats Gukesh.
I can see that happening. 93 on the board.
I know lots of Nepo fans who will be very unhappy with me for saying that, but you know,
Nepo's just the god in the candidate, so you can't bet against him. '93. What do we say the move was here?
Knight c7.
Yeah, Knight c7.
But you could apparently. I'm looking at the engine here, so bear with me. Rook c5 and rook g5 are also moves.
Rook c5 and rook g5.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he'll want to simplify this. If Hikaru calculates Knight c7's winning, he'll go for it.
Yeah, but the problem is, after Knight c7, Knight f5, Knight e8, Rook d7. It is pretty scary.
Bishop b4.
But do you have g4 straight away?
Yeah, you have g4 straight away as well.
Then, like, I guess Knight d4.
Biting my nails. Me too, bro. Me too.
Yeah, this is really tough to calculate. I don't think Hikaru's going to go for this.
This is less. This is not even as hard to calculate as earlier, but
yeah, but
crazy.
He has 30 minutes, but he's not going to want to burn all of them because he's got 15 moves left to play. You know.
Yeah.
I think.
Zach's rooting for Hikaru.
I think he's more likely to play Rook c5.
Show feet. We're not doing feet today. You think Rook c5, not Rook g5?
Not today. Well, I mean, Rook g5, f6, and then you just go Rook c5 anyway. And then in those endgames, now the king can get out quicker on f7. So you take all the pieces off the board, and the black king can escape quicker.
Yeah, you want Rook c5 straight away.
Oh, I didn't even realize that's the Lithuanian.
The Lithuanian. It is the Lithuanian.
I just thought it was a random Lithuanian.
No, it's the Lithuanian.
The famed.
The famed Lithuanian.
Yeah.
Show feet. Okay, let's have a look.
I know a Lithuanian guy at my university. He's not from ChessSoc, but he's like 1700chess.com, right? And his name is Vilius. Like
Vilius.
His parents just took one letter out of their capital.
Vilius.
That's like calling an English kid Lundo.
You're right, Lundo. No, Zach, Ollie's thinking of that. That's your dad's name. No way. No way. No, Ollie's thinking of the right Lithuanian. And I just reached 1700. Congrats, Mr. Lithuanian.
I'm sorry, I know your dad. Your dad goes to my university, and he's 20.
Oh, okay. What's going on with Fabiano? Fabiano, Queen h5. Not a lot of time for Vidit. There's going to be
not a lot of time for either of them.
No, it's going to be fireworks soon.
Fabi could still scrounge something here.
Yeah.
The Weasley little. No, sorry. Um, yeah, he's very. I mean, he's very resourceful.
And it
That's what I meant to
seems
say.
like Napo Prague is literally going to be a draw. They're trading everything off.
Yeah.
There was an attempt by Prague just charging in with the king.
Well, yeah, the king's a piece in the end game,
He's not scared.
but this is a draw.
Time works differently in Lithuania. It's like Interstellar. I haven't seen Interstellar, but maybe I should understand Lithuania better. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, this was a draw like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
I mean, Prague pushed for something, but like Nepo could always hold this. We have the knight c7 line on the board. Hikaru's gone for it. He's calculated it.
He has. I told you he would. I told you.
Yeah. No.
I told you if he can calculate his winning, he'll go for it.
I think the moral of the story of today is just listen to James.
Yeah. All the correct predictions.
Yeah. And this is, yeah, Ali Rez is losing even more time now. He's got 12 minutes to play for 14 moves.
You can't get king f8.
Well, and Rook c5 is forced here.
Rook c5.
I mean, you can play Rook b5, which is a bit tricky because.
What are you looking at here? He's played Rook e7. He's played Rook e7.
If you play Rook b5, it's tricky because you can't take the knight because of Rook b8 and you get mated. But I think it's better to just play Rook c5. Who knows?
Yeah.
Because after Rook
I like
b5
this from Ali Reza though, not just collapsing, trading off the rooks, because he has to.
After Rook c5, you have to create a luft for the king, right? Because otherwise you're threatening knight d5 or some nonsense. So I don't know.
f6.
I don't like infiltration then. Maybe h6.
Yeah, h6.
And then, I mean, you just have like
King f2.
Knight, or even knight b5 here.
Oh, well, you're just going to take the a pawn and just march your pawns up the board.
Well, no, you can't take the a pawn because it's defended by the rook. It's knight b5 to go knight d4, pick up the e2 pawn.
Or even rook c7.
I'm not sure you want that trade. You want to keep a rook on the board. When you're playing against two rooks.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Two rooks and a minor piece versus one rook and three minor pieces.
You want to keep the pieces.
Well, you want to keep your rook.
Mm.
So I think rook c5, and then you play something like h6, and then the winning plan here for white is knight b5, knight d4, and there's just no way to protect the e2 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, literally there is no way. You could move the e3 knight.
Where though? You play knight f. Yeah, where do you move it?
Oh yeah, the knight is literally trapped.
I mean, yeah. Well, you can play knight c2, but then just king f2, right?
Well, hold on, knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2, just king f2.
Yeah.
And then
it's all collapsing.
And then that knight is hanging, so you have to go knight e3 back. And then, I mean, you can just play knight d4.
Knight d3.
So knight e3 back.
Knight e3 back, yeah.
Because that knight's hanging.
Knight d4, and then you're going to pick up the e2 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a single line here that I think Hikaru will struggle.
Yeah. He's just trying to figure out whether rook c5 or rook b5 is better.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Seems like draw very, very soon with Jan Prague. Jan plays
Yeah,
king
that's-
c2. Let's have a look at Nijat.
Yeah.
So we've got a
Yeah,
trade
this
of rooks.
I mean, this is rough. The only thing Nijat has going for him is that Gukesh's knight is like.
I mean, I don't think it's... The engine doesn't think it's as bad as you're making it out to be. Practically speaking, having the passed pawn is huge.
It's a clean pawn and it's passed, but
It's just that knight is so
yeah,
buried.
the knight is awful. So
Yes,
if-
Jan and Hikaru play tomorrow, yes.
if Black can untangle here, if Black can get the knight out, Black is winning, straight up.
100%, yeah. Does he have
Another-
time for just knight h7, knight g5? Is that just the best way?
Well, that pawn on c6 is hanging right now. So maybe I don't know. Maybe you have to play rook b6.
Yeah, rook b6 is better.
So you play rook b6 and then what? Rook a1 because that a7 pawn is. Actually, no. The a7 pawn isn't hanging because, say, I don't know, Black plays a nonsense move here like knight d7. So rook b6, rook a2, knight d7. If you take the a7 pawn, then rook b1 and you lose. So you don't actually have to defend the a7 pawn. It's not hanging.
Wait, why did you lose the rook?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
But Gukesh has
Opted
seen
for
ghosts. He's seen ghosts here. He's played
yeah,
rook c8.
and that's only 0.1 to Black.
Yeah, but
We got a Nepo fan in chat. Nepo on top.
But I mean, these like depth 20
Yes.
engines in endgames are notoriously unreliable. Like, I think rook b6 was significantly superior to rook c8
Yeah, I agree.
because rook c8 is a lot more passive. It's more difficult to get your knight out now for Black.
I think he's struggling with the time and untangling this position. I mean, it is tricky here.
Also, I think inexperience, immaturity, he's more prone to just choking under pressure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's choked. Like,
No,
you know,
but you can
he's still
feel
better
that
here.
there could be a shift potentially.
Yeah.
Let's go to Fabi because we've got some
What on earth has happened here?
crazy stuff going on here.
Okay, so rook
So-
f8. No, king f8. Sorry.
Queen h5, we saw that, and then he goes king f8. So Vidit wants a draw, and
Yeah.
then they repeat moves, but then Fabi decides, actually, I want to play g4. And Vidit's gone queen f4. So now it's getting interesting in king g2.
Well, Vidit's got some activity now.
Yeah, so Fabi's decided, I've got a bit of a time advantage. I'm the one pressing here. I'm going to give you a slight opening so that I can play for a win here. I think that's what's happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much queen f4 actually does though. I think.
I mean, is rook e4 a move just to kick it out?
Okay, rook d7 is played,
Yeah.
but now Fabi can infiltrate, right, with queen a7.
Yeah, I saw that.
And after queen a7, Black is pretty paralyzed because the rook is tied to the b7 pawn, the queen is tied to the defensive b8 check. I mean, this looks pretty scary. So say queen a7. I mean, maybe knight c8 to kick it out.
Queen A8?
Actually, yeah.
No.
No, Queen A8 is just Queen C7 or King D8.
Yeah. And you have to trade. You have to trade the queen, won't you?
So I guess you go back Queen C5, and does Black have a repetition here? So you have to find something else. It's not Queen A7 because it's Knight C8. So if it's not Queen A7, what is it? Is it Rook E4?
Yeah, Rook E4 looks nice. Rook E4.
Queen D6? Offer a queen check?
Queen E3.
Yeah, I suppose that covers all of the squares because we've established that Queen A7 doesn't work.
And Knight D4 is coming.
Not if you play C5.
It's the last chance to play C5.
But then if you play C5, it's a bit weak.
Is it attackable though?
Rook E5?
Yeah.
Rook E7? Apparently white has some edge here.
Knight E1, Knight D3.
I like that. The engine doesn't as much, but I don't know why, but okay.
Knight G6?
Yeah, Knight G6. Oh no, not Knight G6. No, God no.
Why
Just
is that so
Bishop
bad?
G6.
Right,
Bishop
yeah.
G6, yeah. Oh, we have Rook E4 on the board, by the way, so they're going down this line.
Sick.
That's pretty clutch from Fabi.
Yeah.
While they calculate this, couple of things. Gukesh has played A5, but we have developments in Fallujah, Hikaru.
Prague and Jan have reached time control.
I can't believe they're going to play this out. Just shake hands. Go home, rest up for tomorrow.
Sorry, Gukesh and...
Gukesh has played A5.
Yeah.
And there's some really interesting stuff in Hikaru.
So we did have Rook C5, and then we had F6. F6 anyway. Bishop B4.
I cannot believe that Hikaru did not play Knight B5 here. Knight B5, Knight D4 is the only natural plan.
What about... Whoa, hold on. Can't he just, in some line, play Rook C2? King F2 first. King F2's gotta come soon.
Well, no, you can't play Rook C2 because the knight defends.
Yeah, I know. You have to kick the knight out somehow.
Yeah, but also his rook is tied to the defense of the C7 knight.
Yeah.
I mean, surely Knight B5 was the plan here.
Well, let's understand the point of Bishop B4. And the only thing that I can see is it allows this rook to come down to C2 if needed. Why else would the bishop be better on B4 than C3? Any ideas? No. Well, also setting up this discovered attack on the bishop on E7.
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything, does it? Say black plays some nonsense move H6. There's no good discovery.
No, but can you trade?
Trade how?
Rook C1.
Rook C1? No, you just take it. And then after bishop C1 takes, rook takes C1 check.
Yeah.
I mean, surely you want the bishop on c3 instead of b4, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
the bishop on b4 looks even vulnerable to a5 potentially.
yeah, and I mean after you want knight b5, knight d4, and the bishop on c3 supports the d4 square.
Yeah. Well, he's not losing, but this is a step in the wrong direction. Uh, but Ali Reza has 6 minutes to make
12 moves.
12 moves. Wow.
And they're 12 tough moves.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Hikaru can play a bad move like bishop b4. No
And
offense,
still,
Hikaru.
still be okay.
And still be not just okay, better.
Okay. Wow. So King f7, h4 blitzed out immediately. Took 1 second to play that move.
Okay, again, I don't see why knight b5 isn't a move there, but
Why do you take 1 second on that move? That's insane. And what is the point of h4?
I couldn't tell you. I have absolutely no
Is
idea.
King f2 not just a good move generally if you're not sure what to play? To get out of the pin.
I think King f2 is probably winning.
Yeah.
Like, why would you not play King f2?
What's he scared of with King f2?
And the knight can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So what?
And you're freeing up your knight.
So what? You play rook d to d7 to double attack the knight, but then you just have knight b5. Or is there knight g1 check back? And knight takes b2.
Sorry, I've lost your line.
So knight d1 check, king g1, and knight b2.
Another reason for not moving the bishop from c3.
Exactly. Yeah. But this isn't going to be on the board because we've got h5.
Oh, h4. Oh yeah, h5.
Oh, and Vidit has played c5, so we've got that line we were calculating.
Yes,
We are really
nice.
We're mystics today.
Yeah, we're doing really well.
Because like you said, it feels like Fabi just wants knight d4, so you have to stop this.
Yeah.
Get this man in the candidates.
Yeah, what was the next move? It's trouble, I've got bad memory with looking at 18,000 lines simultaneously.
Rook e5, rook e7. And then for some reason, the engine gives white an advantage, but I don't know why.
Do you bring your bishop to e4?
Okay, let's look at this line quickly. No, just f6, right? No, not f6. What am I talking about? That's horrible. Rook e6, queen e6,
Yeah.
bishop g6, check, knight g6, queen e6. Okay. Rook e5 here, bishop e4. Oh, do you just play king f8 and then f6? So now you have to. So king f8 here.
What's the follow-up for white? Rook c7.
So yeah, rook c7. If you play bishop e4 here, king f8, because the whole idea why f6 didn't work is because rook e6, queen e6, and bishop g6 came with check. So now after king f8, that whole sequence bishop g6 doesn't come with check, so you can play f6.
So bishop e4 no good. Then
Yeah,
what is good? Oh, we looked at knight e1, which was okay. Knight e1, knight d3.
I like knight e1. I think that's the most natural move.
Yeah.
Say black plays just some nothing move like king f8, and you get knight d3.
Yeah, and then this is really promising because you can't defend the c5 pawn.
Oh well, yeah, and I mean if you kick it out,
Oh, we
with
got a
white,
move. Rook e5. Okay,
Yeah,
as expected.
if you kick it out with like knight g6, well, you can just take on c5. And, you know,
Wow, Prague. How is Prague on 26 minutes and Jan is on 56?
Jan's quick.
Prague is in the tank in a completely drawn endgame.
Yeah.
Don't know what he's looking for. Wow, Hikaru games developed massively. We should have a look at this.
Okay, so we left it after h5.
Yeah, King f2.
King
And
f2
Rook b1.
finally. Apparently Rook e1 was an escape here.
Was it?
After, yeah,
You have to play Rook e1.
after King f2. So Rook e1.
King e1.
If you play King e1, Knight takes g2 check, King f2, and then you promote.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh no. Oh no. Engine wants Knight f4. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at the engine. I hate this.
Okay, yeah. But instead we get Rook b1.
And
Knight d5 and Knight d1 check. King g3. Great move.
and this is lights out. Ali Reza has 2 minutes for 8 moves.
Rook b2. Oh, the rook's hanging.
Yeah. So
you have to move the rook.
But now Knight d3. No, so you can't play Rook e5. What do you do?
I think it's getting to the point where you can't play anything. You can't play anything. This position is hopeless for Ali Reza.
Yeah.
Am I going to stream the other rounds? I don't know. Depends. We're into the last 2 rounds after today.
I mean, Hikaru Nepo tomorrow is going to be insane.
Yeah, it'll be a juicy one. Potentially.
Vidit has sacked a c5 pawn.
Oh, he has?
Oh my god, there is an insane move here. And it's not...
Okay, hold on.
It's not taking on c5. Try not to take on c5.
Bishop e4, maybe?
No.
No. Is it rook takes e6?
No.
Oh, what is that?
I'm going to be straight up with you. I did not find this. But this is...
Well, Fabi find it.
And I don't actually understand why this is so good.
Is it bishop f5?
Oh no, I do understand. Oh my god.
What is it? Tell me. I'm...
It's rook d5.
Rook d5. Wow.
And after the queen, oh my god, he found it.
He found it.
And then after the queen moves, you take.
Oh, poor Vidit.
So it's just a little intermezzo to make the queen more passive. Damn.
Yeah, well, I was right. Vidit losing this game.
Yeah.
After yesterday's loss, I mean, momentum is a huge thing.
We've had some spicy chess today.
We have had some very spicy. Okay, let's check out Nijat quickly because it's changed massively.
Is Nijat clutching up here?
Yeah, I think so. So they traded the rooks, then rook c8, bishop e4, a5, bishop c2, and then g5 because he can't get his knight out, and en passant forced, knight g6, knight g6, en passant forced because it's en passant, knight g6. Okay, so he's got his knight free, but
they're both super low on time.
Yeah, this is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah.
Is bishop takes g6 good? Probably not. I think bishop g6.
So bishop g6, f g6, bishop h6, a4.
Yeah, you can't take the h6 pawn, but you can take the knight. Rook a2.
Then just rook a8 because now that the light squared bishop is off the board, that c6 pawn doesn't hang.
Bishop h6. Oh no, maybe even c4 to
Why
go bishop
c4?
to go bishop d2.
Oh no. But after c4, I don't know. Let's say g5, bishop d2. You just push it to a4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not fixed.
I
Hey, well,
think-
take the pawn on h6.
Okay. So fg6, rook a2, rook a8, take on h6, a4, and then what? Rook c1.
Rook c1.
No, bishop c1. Sorry.
Bishop c1.
I think white holds this.
Okay, we got to move. King g2. So he's willingly giving up the dark squared bishop here. We could see knight takes f4, g takes f4. Probably most likely.
And then, I mean, there's another passer on the h file now. So you can go like king g7, and then, I mean, the good thing is, you still have this light square bishop to target the c6 pawn.
Rook d7.
After what? Takes.
After king g7.
King g7, rook d7.
I don't know if rook d7 is even good. Just looks active.
I quite like rook a8 here.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
no,
bishop a4. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop a4, yeah. No, you're right.
And
And
then
then-
something will fall. Oh, rook a6.
Yep, then rook c7. And it's falling, and you just trade everything and go home.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Abasov could hold this.
Yeah, 100%.
And I kind of want Abasov to hold this, because then Gukesh has to go more all out and we get more exciting chess to come.
Okay, wait. Hikaru's messed up. Hikaru has blundered. Rook e8. And he's played bishop e1. It's back to even.
Why would he play bishop e1? What is that?
That is horrific.
He had so much time on the clock as well.
Hikaru, what are you doing? But okay, 1 minute on the clock. Alireza takes knight. Knight takes b2. Probably going to be knight takes b2. No.
Oh man. What on earth was that from Hikaru? I mean, Alireza still.
I'm calling it now. Jan is winning the candidates. After that, Jan is winning the candidates.
Yeah, but Alireza has 1 minute to make 6 moves.
I think he can hold.
I disagree. He's not holding. I mean, Hikaru's going to be a bit rattled, but he's got 10 minutes to get his brains in order.
I'm deluded. Alireza's holding this.
There's no way. There's no way.
Okay, and Fabi's played queen d6 to reactivate his queen. After the pawn's been captured and rook e7, queen c3. So the rook's under attack, but the g7 pawn is also hanging. And you were saying about Gukesh?
James.
What?
James. In the Fabi game, I don't want to be an engine Andrew, but Fabi can play rook c6 here.
No way. That's insane.
Yeah. And then takes on g7. Yeah.
How's this good?
You just gobble everything.
The h6 pawn's hanging.
Oh my god. Or you can just also just play b4.
Knight e5 even coming.
Yeah, I mean this is
Okay, hold on. Did he play it?
No, he's played rook h5, and apparently now Vidit has f6 to hold.
Yeah. Big mistake.
But Vidit also has.
Yeah, he played f6. He played it.
Oh,
Vidit, clinical.
has 3 minutes on the clock.
This is insane. We've never seen chess like this in our life before.
You give Vidit one little morsel.
Okay, and Alireza Hikaru played rook b5. We got rook d1, and it's even closer. Alireza holding. I can't even calculate what's going on that board. There's everything is exploding at the same time. The only game that's not made any progress is Yarn Prague. Gukesh plays rook b8, trying to keep the rook active. We do have c4 on the board and bishop a4, similar to the idea that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
But this is insane. Okay, let's look at Hikaru Alireza because I think this is the soonest game to reach a conclusion. What do you think?
Yeah.
What's least time? It's all going to explode at the same time.
Alireza holds this.
Alireza
He
holds.
this.
I told you he holds.
He holds.
And we've got rook b2, rook d3, rook b7 check, and king f8. Alireza hold. Alireza makes it as a time control. He's got to make 3 moves in 1 minute though. And Hikaru is just absolutely thrown this game. Gukesh seems to be actually pressing a steady advantage. I'm not sure what Nijat's doing with this. What is this plan here? His pieces look a little bit silly.
I mean, this is one of the chokes of all time from Hikaru.
Absolutely. And king f3 from Nijat. I'm switching between games like crazy right now.
I mean, even if Hikaru, even if they trade a set of rooks here in some line, Hikaru does have pretty good winning chances with the 2 minor pieces in one game. Like, it's not easy for Alireza.
Mm-hmm.
Prague finally played a move after like
8 years.
Minutes. Yeah.
f5. It's alright, he played the best move, drawing move.
And the world shook and trembled and switched to the other game.
What if Jan forgets that his rook's hanging? That's what Prague's doing. He's sending him to sleep and then, okay, hold on, Vidit game, we've got bishop g6 check.
What if Jan went to the toilet, went to the cafe, grabbed a coffee, went home, slept, came back,
and still hung his rook?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Hikaru really taking a lot of time now, by the way. Okay, king d8 from Vidit. Very natural move. Keep the king active. Oh, but it's actually a mistake.
Why is that a mistake?
I don't know.
Oh, do you have like queen e3 to go queen b6 check?
Yes, you do have queen e3. Did he have to play... What did he have to play? King f8 or king d7? King f8 or king d7. And king d8 was the worst move. But looked most natural. It's the move I would have played.
But after queen e3, you have king c8. And then this queen b6 doesn't look so menacing.
He's played queen e3.
Yeah, but king c8.
c8.
And what's all the fuss about?
I think the king's getting pretty weak.
Yeah, but you play queen b6, and what are you actually threatening? The pawn's not hanging, the knight's not hanging.
There must be some other move here. Maybe rook c5 pins the knight.
Okay, queen b6. Yeah, but black has a move here. What do you play?
Well, is queen b6 okay? Yeah, queen b6.
Oh no, rook c5 first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, you get hit with bishop g4. Discovered attack on the rook. Your queen's hanging.
Got you. Didn't see that. So you do have to play queen b6 first.
Yeah. So queen b6. But now black has a move.
Yeah, I don't know what he plays though.
I think you can go for queen f4 and have an idea of sacking the bishop on g4.
To try and win the other
so
bishop.
Say white plays some nonsense here, right? plays b4.
Mm-hmm.
You have bishop g4 here.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
And then you take the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think good at home.
Yarn's
So-
moved his rook back, so he hasn't hung the rook. Good for Yarn. You think that
Truly
it
the
holds?
most captivating game of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Hikari plays a move. Rook a3. Rook takes a3.
This is actually the minor piece endgame I was looking at. Oh no, Hikari's gone king f2 instead of knight h5.
And a5 on the board. And Ali Reza has to play one move to reach time control. And to be honest, I mean, this is actually looking scary for Hikari now, to be honest.
Now you got to take on h5. Take on h5, take on g7, gobble, 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 gobble.
Yeah, but
And I don't
the
I
a
don't
pawn, the a pawn.
I don't think black can hold the a pawn and the e pawn.
Yeah,
So I
but you're
think-
going to keep one of them, and that's very key.
You probably end up trading into a. So say. Okay,
Okay, rook
I don't
a7.
even get the chance to calculate knight h5.
Okay, Ali Raza, 30 seconds. Make the best move. What would
We
you
have
play
to
here?
play a4. A4. The pawn's hanging.
Or rook e5? No, you
Rook
can't play
e5
rook.
is the knight e6.
Yeah, a4 only move.
Yeah. He's low on time.
Ali Reza, do not blunder your time.
Oh my god.
Play a move.
Ooh.
Make a move. Okay, and he plays rook a4.
Ooh.
Attacking the knight instead. Attacking the knight instead. But he's made time control, and that's the most important thing. So let's leave
Yeah,
this game. Let's leave this game.
No, but he's lost the pawn.
No, the
can't-
knight's hanging. The knight's hanging.
No, but he can play knight g6 check.
And then king.
Knight
Yeah.
g6, king g8, and rook a5.
We do have queen b6 from Fabi.
This is the exact minor piece endgame that I was saying would be so dangerous for Ali Reza.
Okay, Nijat has blundered with bishop e3.
Oh, Najat, my boy.
Is rook d3 good? I think rook
With what
d3
idea?
must be good. With bishop c5.
Oh, and then you have to double your pawns.
I
Or
don't
even
know.
like knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5 is just putting loads of. You're going to win a pawn.
And you can, yeah, because you want to keep this bishop because it supports the a5 pawn.
Yeah, knight f5. And is g4 playable? Ever?
No, if
Well-
you play g4 here, there's just rook c3,
Yeah.
and you're losing your c pawn.
And you're either losing in the e5 pawn as well. If knight g6, you can't really hold on to it after rook
Oh
d3.
no, Abasov.
Abasov. He played so well as well, and they're about to reach time control.
Yeah, Gukesh has 1 minute to find rook d3.
In fact, he just played rook e3. He played bishop e3 with 30 seconds left. That's such a shame.
Vidit has blundered.
Then it's blundered.
Rook c5.
Rook c5 is good now.
Yeah.
What move did he have to play? We were looking at this. Bishop, queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah.
Is that only move?
Apparently you can play bishop d7. But after rook d5, I really hate the position.
Yeah, I agree. Like, queen f4 is a much more active way of playing it.
Yeah. But king b8 here, rook c5, bishop d7 feels natural, but now b4 and b5 is coming. So the immediate question is, can we trade queens? Queen c7? No, rook c5 first. Then bishop d7. And
Not that.
now b4.
Queen
And
c7.
now queen c7. Can we trade queens here? Um, I think you probably want to play b5, right? And after takes.
Sorry, I thought a move was me. Here.
Bishop d7, b4, here, b5, takes. Then if you play like knight d8, what's the move there? There's got to be. I mean, this is so passive.
Just this.
Takes, rook a5. No, but then there's king b7.
Mm.
I think you don't want to take on b6.
Yeah, I think you need to bring the knight in. Or the bishop.
Well, you actually want to leave this pawn on b7.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's restricting the king's movement.
Just go rook
With the
c7,
pawn.
right?
Rook c7, there's knight e6.
Rook d5.
Okay, let's try, say, well, what about just takes? C takes.
Takes what?
So rook d5, and then a b5, c b5, and then say knight e6.
Bishop f5.
No, that blunders knight f4 check.
Hmm.
So you have to play king g3.
But bishop f4 is coming, f5 is coming, isn't it? And then you can pile on it with knight d4.
Yeah, I mean, this is, crazy. Or Gukesh found rook d3 before the time control.
Wow, good on Gukesh. My goat.
Yeah. Anyway,
So, Hikaru's played g3.
I think Hikaru grinds us out to a win.
I mean, mentally though, this is a very tough one for Hikaru because he knows he was winning. There's no doubt. And
Yeah.
Alireza knew he was losing, so that's a tricky, very tricky. How does Jan have 48 minutes? 48 minutes.
The man's a machine.
The longest amount of time he's taken on a move has been 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Jesus. He's just a beast. He's a beast.
Oh, Farouja blundered.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So knight g6 check. King g8. g4. What is that? Why?
Because you're gonna get a pawn up the h file, and you're gonna be able to promote on the h8 square.
Okay, if you take it.
If you take it h5, that's insane.
If you take on h4, you just take on h5.
Yeah, exactly.
Whichever way you take, you get a pawn on h5.
Yeah, and then you're just gonna push it to win.
That is insane.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Apparently, hg5, fg5, and knight h5 is also winning in our current position.
hg5. Yeah, that's the simple way.
Anyway, James, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you because
Okay.
I've got a dissertation to edit in the library tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us tonight, Ollie.
Hikaru's gone from fg5.
Yeah.
Simple way out. Yeah.
Simple way out. Well, this is riveting. I'm gonna finish these matches.
Cool. Yeah, that was super fun. We got some good chess today.
We've got some great chess. I mean, it's
Every
still not
time
even over.
Every time I've commentated chess, it's never been the boring stuff, so I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I wish we had more time, like in the middle, where
Yeah, sure.
it was super complicated in about 3 of the games simultaneously.
But I'm glad we get these time struggles. That's good.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining, Ollie.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. And thank you for everyone in the chat. Thank you for the Lithuanian for not ordering a hit on me after I insulted your father's name. Unknowingly, by the way, unknowingly.
Vilius.
I do send my
Warmest regards.
warmest regards to the country of Lithuania.
Yes.
Um,
I'm your spokesperson.
I've always loved Lithuania. Beautiful, beautiful city, beautiful town, Lithuania. Right, yeah.
It's looking as if my prediction is coming true, by the way.
Which prediction?
The yarn draw and the rest decisive results.
Wait, did you get every decisive result right?
Well, if it carries on as it's going, then yes.
Hikaru, Ollie, Reza, Abasov, Kukesh, Fabivit. James, you should be a betting man. You should gamble.
I should gamble. I should put it all on green at the roulette wheel.
Funny story, actually. I had a friend who gambled a bit once, right? And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna put X amount of money on the roulette wheel." I'm like, "Mate, that is stupid."
Uh-huh.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna put it on red, right?" And I'm like, "That isn't. If you're gonna bet this amount of money, like, at least be silly with it. Put it on green, right?" No, I'm putting it on red. I'm putting it on red. And he bets it, and green comes up, and he would have won 40k.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and
That's insane.
he's never bet since.
Oh, understandably.
But everyone's just that one big win away. Yeah.
So yeah, it's like that Minecraft diamond meme.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm off.
See you later, Ollie. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye. So guys, just you and me now. We loved you, Ollie. We did love you, Ollie. Ollie's a great co-commentator. Who else is in the chat right now? Let me know if you're in the chat watching. Just me and you. No, not just me and you, actually. So I reckon this game will end soonest. Rook e5 on the board. Oh goodness, there's too many people. So now maybe bishop d2, knight f6. I mean, chat is one entity. Yeah. Hey chat, how you doing, chat? Can you even play? Okay, g4, interesting. I wonder what the point of that is. Probably wants to go knight g3, knight e4, and then bishop d2. Put pressure on the g5 pawn. And Ali Reza really doesn't have a lot he can do here because he has to hold on to this pawn. Yeah, pretty soon it's going to be curtains. Also, knight g3 is just threatening to win e2. So knight g3. Rook would have to come to a2 to defend this pawn as well. Have you guys enjoyed today's candidates games? Give me a hell yeah in chat if you've enjoyed today's games. Okay, so still all zeros in this game, but they're playing it out. Credit to them. Hell yeah. (94). So can he take the knight? Just trade it off. Oh no, you don't want to fall into this. So you have to go king d2, e3, and this should be a draw very soon. Hit the dab for chat. I love hearing you in my ears. Okay, we'll have a dab for chat. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. There you go. Dab for chat. Top 10 most cringe things in the world. Number 1, Jum's dab. Bishop d7. And then what was it? Yeah, b4. And I do think Fabi should just win this one. He does trade the knight. Okay, king d2. He won't fall into the same blunder that I fell into. Not with 42 minutes on the clock. So that should just fizzle out into a draw. Honestly, what does Ali Reza even play here? Put up the Chess 24 stream, pretend you're there. My co-commentators. It's a great idea. Just rook a1 maybe. Oh, sorry, rook a2. And then you make the box, and the box is officially a good thing because it's rectangular. Yeah. Not good for Ali Reza. Now this game I think is really interesting because it's still not entirely clear how to win this. But I do like the plan of knight f5. Let's refresh this so it's not the circle. Hard to find a move for white here. Maybe bishop c2. Then rook c3. Yeah, bishop c2 and rook c3, not good. Because how do you defend this pawn? So, maybe getting out of the pin would be good. King e2. And he's still coming after this pawn. So I don't know how you defend that. So maybe you had to go rook c2. It really doesn't like that. Why is that? Why is this bad? Usually c5? No. Oh, bishop c5? No. Bishop d2? No. What's the move? Rook a3. Okay, you drop the bishop. Got you. So yeah, it's not Not entirely clear how you hold on to the c4 pawn. Maybe you just have to go c5. And still. Oh. Not easy to make a move for Najat. The one I've liked so far is King E2, but then still Rook C3 is coming. And can't do Rook C2 for the same reason. So Bishop D2. We take. Capture the bishop. No, just two losing. Not good. Oh, he's gone King C2 rather than King D2. I imagine he wants to stop this king from... Prague's king from infiltrating. So is there any other plans here other than b4? Oh, knight d4. Knight d4? Never mind. Not knight d4. Oh, he's played b4. Best move. Bro's just emoting in chat. Now Ali Reza plays King E8. So I suspect we'll see Knight G3. Pawn. Well, it doesn't love Knight G3. So like some check. It's just not as good. So Vidit here. How do you defend? Queen C7. If you just accept the queen trade, you can just accept the queen trade. And this knight's pinned. Let's go B6. Get the same game. But it's still actually tricky. I mean, with white this is still tricky. Bishop b4, rook d3, and no, not rook d3, rook d1. And how do you defend this pawn? H5, H4, no. That's the plan. Ooh, it's not the plan. This is very tricky. You told your parents about us. What have you told your parents about us? What have you told your parents about us, Mathis? Oh, knight g7. The knight g7 must have been best. He wants to get to the f5 square. Whoa, name dropping. Sorry, Mr. Lithuanian. I mean, am I not allowed to drop your name if you told your parents about us? Too soon. My bad, my bad. King f8. Interesting. Just knight f5. I mean, you don't even need to put knight f5 straight away. Yeah. So Prague's played c5. I mean, credit to Prague. He's really attempting to make something from this. But I just think it's just going to fizzle out. Unless there's some large blunder. This is very interesting that they haven't just agreed to a draw. The fact that they're playing this out is really just shows that they're both fighting for the win, no matter what. Good to see. Okay, we do get king e2. But king e2 is a mistake. What was the best move? King g4 had to be played. Wow. For what reason? King g4 looks totally unusual. Are you trying to prevent h5? So now I think just rook c3, right? Rook c3. And how do you defend the c4 pawn? I don't think you can. Maybe bishop d2. Take. You hide your king on h5. That's insane. Because the king is safer on h5 than e2. For some reason. It must just be to stop this king from getting active. But I don't see how the king on h5 is okay. You're losing the c4 pawn and this pawn is going. So yeah, I play rook c3 here. Don't know if it's best. Can't move your knight because otherwise you'd hang this pawn. Probably king g6 is even winning. I lied. f6. Wow, okay. So there are ways to lose this. Just rook c3. Rook is hanging. Ah. Of course. Okay, well, can you play rook a3? No. Because then this is just a draw. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting tired hanging rooks left, right, and centre. Okay, so he did play. Okay, we've had a few moves here. So knight 7, king f8, knight f5, rook a2, rook a8 check, king f7, and now probably I don't know what, maybe knight d4, knight c6. Yeah, knight d4, just attacks this. Threatens knight c6. Good square. Okay, we're gonna trade. King b5. Clinical endgame from these guys. They know what they're doing. Oh, okay, we do get queen f4 now. But this is just terrible, apparently. So what's the winning move? What's Vidit's idea? Oh, he does want to do this. Can just go b5 anyway. Take. Take. Oh, okay. Don't get mated. Don't do this. Where's the mate? Oh. So it takes. Oh, okay, what do you do that? You've raised your students well. I know, I know. I'm part of the Hanging Rook School. Hold up. How do you even continue here? Blunder. Thought we played a move. Oh, bishop f5, blunder. No. Okay, so what was he scared of? Let's find what that move was. I can't believe this. What's going on? This is crazy chess today. Crazy chess. This, and then what is the move? Knight G1. Holy shit. Knight G1. Knight G1 is the only move to hold. What? Why? Knight G1. Huh? Wow, it's just because it protects these squares and you've got no checks. And the attack is crushing. Goodness me. Bishop F5 blunder. But still winning. I mean, Bishop F5 is not really... It's not too terrible. It's logical. You want to stop the attack. That's one way of doing it. Okay, and Jan and Prague have agreed to a draw. Yeah, they've agreed to a draw. Good game to them. So Jan leads with 7.5 points in 12 rounds. Now the question is, can Hikaru also make it 7.5 points? He probably can. Gukesh playing a move. Okay. Rook C3. C5. Knight D5. Rook C2. Okay, wow, moves blitzed out here. Okay, so this was the correct move that I played. Then C5 holds onto the pawn. And you can't take it? No, you can't take it because Bishop D2. And you lose your pawn. Okay. But he played the clinical Knight D5, trade off this bishop, then capture the pawn. Nice. And he has captured. So we will see a recapture here. Will he capture the rook? Now this is also... Oh, he's played the move. He does capture with the rook. It's still winning. Still perfectly fine. Okay. King F7. That's what's being played here. Yeah. Is it just... Yeah, we were talking about 95. Play 95. Play 95. Ooh. Don't play 95. What's the move? 96 check. Oh, it's good. Knight C4. Knight E4. And then bring the rook over. This is all beyond me. This is crazy endgame rook stuff. Let's refresh. Now we have Queen C7. Now, is the queen trade good? It's not good. Oh, it's okay. But you have to take with the king. Have to take with the king. And this could be a draw. But knowing Fabi, he will not trade the queen. Okay, play B5. And this is similar to what we saw earlier. Yeah. I think he's okay. I think it's okay. And he does play 96 check. Best move. Hikaru is back, everybody. You heard it here first. Hikaru is no longer washed. He was washed, but he's no longer washed. He threw a plus 3.32 advantage back down to a plus 0.30, and then he brings it straight back up to a plus 5.38. Because Hikari literally doesn't care. So there's that. We see King E6. Best move from Ali Reza. Now, will we see Knight E4? This idea to bring the rook to G8. Maybe even just capture the rook and force one pair of rooks off the board. Knight C4, okay. The other good move. This one just wins as well. Very simple way to win. Okay, and Nijat. Gukesh. And Nijat trades the rooks. Was it the only move? Yeah, best move, unfortunately. And now the A pawn is running down the board, King D3. But there's not a lot you can do to stop this promotion. Of course, I'll try. It's not over yet. If you take this, then it's not pleasant. You have to push the ball. Yeah. And then you hold onto the pawn. Yeah, it's winning. It's winning. You just bring your king in soon. Oh, you got to move. A3. Yeah. A3. Clinical from Gukesh. This guy knows how to play chess. Posture check. Is my posture bad? Oh dear. So we're just watching chess, guys. Hikaru has traded one of the rooks off. And it's all going to be over soon. Because knight comes here, knight comes here, knight comes here. Or even this. Put this knight there, good. No, that's good. Kinda cool. Keep the king active. Copy what the pro does, not me. Okay, and we've got another blunder from Vidit. Rook E4. And does this blunder check? What's this blunder? Oh, king hides. B5. If you take Volk. So yeah, but why is this so bad? Here's check. It's not even check. What's the best move? Queen D5. Queen D5. Don't get it. Don't understand that move. Probably isn't legal. I mean, Queen D5, she not just blunder. Pawn. Oh, you're attacking the rook. Rook e2 best. Tricky. Bishop b3. Now he can just trade off. Winning. Winning. It's a bit risky. Oh, you got to move. Yeah, king g6. Probably the safer approach. And Hikaru wins. Alireza Firouzja resigns in this position. What a game. What an incredible game. This has been probably the game of the night. Just all kinds of craziness. I mean, this was all just insane. Mistakes from both sides. Could have been a cleaner conversion from Hikaru, but he gets there in the end. And then blunders it, gets it back. I mean, fireworks. That's what we love to see. So Hikaru is now tied at 7.5 out of 12. And so is Jan. Which is great going into the last 2 rounds. We're going to see some very exciting chess. Some fighting chess. Okay. Najat plays bishop d4. Yeah, I looked at this move, it just stops the knight from taking. Maybe there's some knight c there. It's not knight c. This also secures this pawn. I think the king can literally just walk in, which is grand. It's fabulous. Yeah. Bishop e1. Bishop e1. Yeah. Coming out to this pawn. But you can't take it. Bishop defends it. So what's the point? Can't push it. Putting pressure on the g3 pawn. Oh, you're making space for the knight to go to b4. And then you can play a2. Ah, I see. Bishop e1. Knight b4, check. Then king c4, but then the knight defended. a2. Bishop must capture. Knight captures. Yeah, that's a nice idea. Good find, Mr. Lithuanian. Good find. And Fabi still in the tank. Inquisitive. Absolutely. Fabi in the tank. Rook e4, and He does not know what to do. If only he could know that Queen D5. Queen D5 is the best move. Queen F8 check is also good. I sense some of the initiative sort of barreling out of control here. I feel like this could easily fizzle into a draw. This game will certainly be a win though. Gukesh, my man, is also going to be on 7.5. Right, let's not speak too soon. If he finds bishop e1, that'll be excellent. Is that the best move? It's the second best move. King g5 best. But bishop e1, I like. Classy move. Right, let's not speak too soon. Well, it's early in this game. I mean, could you win this? Could you win this against Magnus Carlsen if you were white? Could you? Against me with your eyes closed. That's not the point. I'm not the metric for if a position is winnable. I don't think you could win with your eyes closed against me in this position as well. I think I'd have you for breakfast. You're my Magnus. Oh, don't. Stop it. Stop flirting with me on the YouTube live chat. not Twitch. He plays King G5. Best move. Bishop E1 would have been cool though. I mean, he can still play Bishop E1 next move. Gukesh, do not run out of time. My little boy. So Gukesh plays Ali Reza next and then Hikaru in the last round. So he probably will beat Ali Reza. Just going off of Ali Reza's form. King C4. Okay. Bro, Blood, where is your king going? Where is it going? You can't go here. You can't go here. You can't go here. You can't go here. Can't go here. You're just going to a square that you can't do anything. Try and defend that pawn so you can release this bishop, maybe. It don't work. It don't work. And Fabi really in the tank here. Okay, and he finds the best move. Queen D5. Queen to Dios 5us. And the rook must come to E1. No. Rook must come to D2, E2. And then... I don't know. You play some move with white. B5. The attack reigns on. And Vidit is getting mated by Fabi. In public, no less. And he does play Bishop E1. That is so beautiful. Great find, Mr. Lithuanian man. This guy's played a game of chess or two before in his life. Bishop E1. Fantastic. Over the board. Over the board indeed. Bishop E1, fantastic idea. Knight B4. Okay, and Blood is moving his king back. Blood is hoping for a draw. We just go Bishop B4, King C4, Bishop E1, King D3, and just repeat. Because it's a draw. This position's a draw. Great logic. Jack, this is why you've got 3 out of 11. Who are you playing next? Vidit. I see. Wow, he's got to face all the Indians for the last games. Gukesh bid it and then Prague. What is little bro doing? So true. Does bro even know how this game works? The chat ain't even that high rated. He's only like 2,566 rapid. I'm probably better than him. Bro thought about going this way and then was actually like, oh wait, I can't go anywhere. I guess I'll go back. Bro, I'm literally a grandmaster. I'm allowed to BM them. Yo, what's this? Holy shit, how does this work? How did he do that? No way. I think there must have been a glitch, like, on the DGT balls. Wait, does this game have to be aborted? Because that's an illegal move. You can only do that if it's there. But it was there. So how do you do that? Bro's cheating. And the candidates as well. Can't believe it. Okay, he finds rookie 2. Fabi, play B5. Play B5. Play B5, I dare you. I double dare you. Oh, what about knight takes A5? Just take this. Oh, you do. Good, you're winning. The knight. But then, hold on. Vidit sacrifices the rook! And then the queen! And then it's just nothing. He just sacrifices it for fun. But yeah. Oh, and he does. He plays B5. He plays it. He's a god. And Nishak plays Bishop D1. Finally, he finds out how to move a piece that isn't his king. Cliff and shit that right now. King G5. Okay, Gukesh agreeing to a draw. Gukesh also happy to just shuffle his king up and down. Gukesh, bro, you're winning. Bishop B3. Interesting. Oh wait, he went Bishop D1 check. Wow. After Bishop D1 check, did he have King H3? He did, but no point. Bishop E3. This is a great try from Najat. This is great. I love this. It's a lovely attempt. Because then he can take, and then he's got his own pass pawn. But he's going to push. Ah, yeah, this is tricky. He's going to have to go knight B4 now. Knight B4. Just knight B4. Okay, knight B4 is a complete blunder. What am I talking about? Oh wow, you got nowhere for your bishop to go. Wow, so sad. Okay, what do you do here? King G4 takes. Okay, takes this. Oh. What do you do? You got. Of course, you got to take with the E pawn because you don't want to give them the pass pawn. Silly me, silly one. Abasov just like me. Yeah, Abasov exactly like me for real. Okay, King F5. He's finally getting his king in. I'm not sure where. Blood thinks he can get his king in. Blood don't know how the king moves. Wish they'd hurry up with this game. This is so clear. This one's still interesting. A takes B5. Can you do queen takes B5? Not as good. c takes b5. Queen's hanging, the knight's hanging. Oh, what's best move here? Queen takes b6. I played that earlier. Oh. And then you just get mated. Okay, so you don't take the knight. You knight d4. Okay, knight a5 played. Knight a5 played. Can you not just take? And it takes. And then you can take. And this is completely winning. This should be GG resigns from Bidit soon. And it should be GG resigns from Abasov soon as well. If Gukesh can just hurry up and demonstrate his endgame skills. Because, I mean, yeah. I mean, Abasov is literally so frozen. What do you even do in this position? Ugh. You can't play f3. Okay. Yeah, just keep shuffling the king back and forth, to be fair. Not a bad idea. And he's let him in. He has let him in. Does he want to come in though? I think we were knight b4. I think just knight b4. How do you prevent a2? You don't. Nothing can be done. a2. Now the bishop is frozen in place. And then you use your more active king to pick up all the pawns. I'm a god. Endgame master. Come to me if you need coaching. Okay, what's here? Knight d4. Nice, nice. Clinical from Fabi. Fabiano. Gonna be on 7. So Fabiano is going to be on 7 out of 12. 2 more rounds to go. I mean, he's still a potential winner. Who's he playing? He's playing at Prague and Jan. Okay. 2 tough opponents. So, yeah. At least he's got the white pieces against Jan. But Fabiano is going to struggle to win this tournament, I think. And he does go king e4. Was king e4 best? Was best. Bro playing against the capital of Czechia. Prague. Yes. So true. This is fire. E2. Brilliant. F3, king F5. And now, decisive move. Knight b4. Can you go knight c3? Abasov putting time pressure. Okay, he takes on g3. He's giving up the a2 pawn. Wow. Wow. Because he's got the h pawn. He's going to push the h pawn. He's still completely winning. But no, I mean, yeah. I'm sure Abasov will resign very shortly. They're playing the moves super fast now. Five head. Absolute five head moment indeed. Now just h5. Simple. Push, push, push. Promote. What's he played? He has played h5. He heard me. He heard me. Gukesh has an earpiece in connected to my microphone. He knows what I'm thinking. Not the first time I've predicted a move today. Somewhat of an expert myself. Best David Attenborough impression, okay. Here we see. Here we see a wild. And Abasov resigns. Gukesh wins. What a game. Just an incredible, spectacular performance. Exactly as I predicted. And here we see a wild Fabiano Caruana pressing Vidit to try and win the match. He's taken his knight and placed it on the d4 square. A cunning move, and one that will hopefully earn him a mate. Soon, the Caruana will hope to pounce on Vidit. Rook b2. How does one mate in this position? Oh, you see. You clearly haven't watched the Discovery Channel, but one mates with his superior positioning and just dominates him all over the board. Something like that. Rook b2. Probably just take. Make room for the knight. Yes, you have to move your knight. So, bang. You use that pawn. Fabiano is totally Caruanaing all over the board right now. So true. I hadn't thought about it like that, but it's true. Rook b2. We've successfully reached over 5 hours of streaming. It's been a crazy ride. Hope you've enjoyed it. Vidit really is pressed for time here. He's got 1 minute to make the rest of his moves. Fabiano has 3. This could get very spicy. And he does take the pawn. Threatening the knight, so we should say knight takes c4 pretty quickly here. Okay, knight c4, knight b5 maybe. No. Don't listen to me. Knight c4. Come on, Vidit. You got 20 seconds. You gotta make a move. Knight c6. Doesn't take the pawn. Bizarre. Now, does he just trade the knight? Trade everything, you're up a pawn. I bet it has 50 seconds. I'm not exactly sure the exact time. I can't wait for Fabiano to enter the computer and go, it's chessing time, and then he chesses everywhere, winning the entire tournament. That's so true. I didn't know you knew that much about chess, but that's so accurate. It's chessing time. Should get some tavern music in the background, not gonna lie. Okay, queen g8 check. Okay. Vidit is actually moving faster, but the ball's not updating. He took 7 seconds to play knight c6. Hello, traveller. I have a quest for ye. In the far out realms, there is a man who possesses an item belonging to oneself. Retrieve it, and I will give you 50 doubloons. Thank you, fellow traveller. Queen g8 check. Knight d8. Blocks the check. Now, I like knight b5. Tempo on the queen. 86. Yeah. It's not good, is it? Bro, I get like 60% accuracy. I'm way better than him. It's like golf, right? The lower the number, the better. Oh, we gotta move. Rook d5, okay, and pressure on the knight. Double attack. It is pinned. No way to defend it. It's got to go king c8. Got to go king c8. But then a7. a7. Rook a2. Knight b5. Okay, king a7. He's giving up the knight. Giving up the knight. With 30 seconds to go. Knight e6. Well, after what? King c7. King c8. Knight e6. Yeah, I mean that's another way of doing it, I guess. I mean, you could always do it like like that, I guess. It's probably not as good as knight b5, but it's probably just not as good as knight b5. It's just fuck. It's bad. I mean, and he takes the knight. The commentator that just gets the lines wrong all the time. Rook a8 check. Looks alright. Fabiano just dominating. We should see resigns. And Vidit resigns. Fabiano wins. And I am 4 for 4 with my predictions. What an incredible set of games. We saw an exciting opening in Prague Yarn, which quickly fizzled out into a boring equal middle game and then a boring end game, but a draw. A crazy game between Hikaru and Alireza. Just absolutely insane opening, insane tactics in the middle game, ups and downs, just everything you could possibly want in a chess game. A great opening idea from Gukesh. Just putting Abasov under time pressure and then just slowly squeezing him out, and just honestly not even many mistakes in this game, but just one or two, and that's the game. And then Fabiano Caruana and Vidit, just an absolutely splendid game. Very enjoyable, this one. I mean, to be able to squeeze out from such an equal position to squeeze out the win, just very impressive from Fabiano Caruana, demonstrating exactly why he belongs here at the Candidates. This is what you love to see. Player of the day. Player of the day. That's a good question. Goodness me. Would have been Hikaru, but Hikaru just absolutely almost threw this game away. So let's have a look at this game again. No, not this game. I would say player of the day. I think it has to either be... Hey, this is just a nice draw. I was very impressed with Prague attempting to make things interesting in this game, where Jarl just wants to complete an easy draw. But my player of the day has to be Fabiano Caruana. Has to be. I mean, just clinical. Having just a great opening, converting into a completely equal middle game. Just recognizing where the players. I mean, Fabiano is just so good at this. He's so positional. He's so, yeah, just a perfect squeeze. And he had a few mistakes, but overall he just played pretty much the perfect game, finding rook d5. I mean, great idea. He had mistakes, obviously, but don't we all? And yeah, just even this wasn't the worst move in the world. And yeah, so yeah, Fabiano Caruana for sure. So that pretty much wraps up round 12 of the Candidates Tournament. I hope you guys have enjoyed today's commentary, hosted by me and Ollie. Do comment and let us know if you would like more Candidates commentary, or just chess videos with Ollie in general. I'm sure he'd love to be back. And have a lovely night. Good night, everybody.